Ha ha. Yes, I am first. You all shall bow before my greatness.
Whoa! Man, just shut the f up, bro.
Oh, sure.
Off?
Gamer subs.
Yourself.
I'm actually disabled.
Every time I fart, I smell shit.
What the f was that on her Twitter? What the f? Mods ban Mantis for 24 hours. Looks pretty decent.
What the fuck are you eating, you fatty?
Ball.
Dirty boy.
R-U-N. Shut the f up.
Well, I think you should just fucking kill yourself, Hook Sniffer.
Yourself.
I'm gonna suck you, James. What the actual sucky suck is.
What is that llama?
Can you please moan again,
I'm
please? Thank
spending
you.
it on.
And Ohio Skibbity Riz.
Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh.
my soundboard. I need my soundboard.
Pussy tight,
Now.
pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh. Pussy fresh.
One time saw a penis and I enjoyed it.
That is the most truest thing you've ever said.
Thank you. Oh, good night, bro.
Okay, what the fuck was that? Just shit yourself.
I wanna see the very slaves that no one ever earned.
What the fuck was that?
What are you doing knockoff exactly?
Pussy! Holy fuck, Stewie, I'm shitting.
I prefer not to watch streamers who shit their pants.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Sung Wong Chong, Ching Wong Wong Jong Jing.
Shut up.
I've needed to pee for so long.
Then pee. Do it right now in my mouth.
Virus found. 10,000 porn videos found on user's computer. FBI will now investigate your computer. Virus found. Virus found. Monkey boy peasant, get up and clean my chimney so you can get her weekly ration of bread.
What the fuck? Who did that?
Curious.
Hey chat, you reckon I should just drink that entire thing and just end my life? Hit 1 for yes.
Aw, so cute. Aw, what a dumb piece of shit.
I'm jaking it.
Hey, how's your day today? Oh, that was sick. That was awesome. Holy shit.
Just up the road from Clan by the Crushed Wingish to go get a congrats.
Is he racist? That's awesome. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're fucking dead. You're so dead. It's so weird. Why is that?
I'm not gonna get first one. I love cock. Cock and badge.
Why, James? Why?
Oh, lovely.
What'd you fucking say?
I'm having a hard time getting it in.
It's fine. I mean, this is your first time, isn't it?
See your autism struggling every time that comes up.
Yeah, I hate it. It fucking sucks. It's fucking stupid.
Donkey Kong's vagina.
Racism.
He's Woolworths the fresh fruit autistic.
Okay, that was kind of funny. Yo, hey boys, how are we today? Hope we're doing well, everybody, whoever is here. Thank you for the messages and everybody. It is me, the Hook Sniffer himself. I just came back from a 3-day straight, 8 to 9 hours of just pure training on the computer at my new career. And I'm flabbergasted because I'm now doing 6 shifts next week. So that's why I've not been very active on the server, and that's why I've been bum rushing videos online. I do apologize for that. So hopefully you guys can enjoy the videos with what I've been doing in case there's not enough me, eh? Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's pretty hard to be honest when it comes to being a tech guy, you know, because that's why I am. And at the building I'm working at, I'm considered, sorry, the technician or the technology salesman. So I can sell people laptops and computers, and it's going to be really cool. I am very, very much excited for it because that's some big buckies. The most expensive laptop I could sell is a very high brand laptop, and it's worth 2.7 grand. If I could sell that plus gold membership stuff, that's a big buck for me right there. Oh yeah, that's what they like to call us. Did you know that my workmates have like a gaming Discord server, and I joined it? So there's a chance that they can see me being called Hook Sniffer, which is crazy. I didn't think about it, but since I joined it, I logged in, got into the actual server. I'm like, oh god, I forgot what I was doing. I forgot. All right, let's play some music. Let's play some Overwatch and see what we're up to. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know, bro. I'm learning. I'm learning, bro. I'm learning. So, hey, Mantis. Hey, how's life been treating you, Mantis? Hope you're doing well, Mantis, by the way. What's been happening with yourself, bro? Shall I move over here? Yeah, might be best move over here just in case. Oh, really? Oh, appreciate, bro. Hope the music's not too loud, by the way. Listen. Oh my god, it's Ray! Oh my god, hello, Ray. I'm doing well, Ray. Oh, of course. I'm sorry, Mantis. How are we, Ray? Oh my god, how you been, Ray? What's been happening, Ray? Hi. I'm sorry for my microphone. I kind of give up on my Blue Yeti right now because I use the Blue Yeti. It chips and it makes a really loud chipping noise and it hits the ears. I'd rather you guys not have that, so I'm using my headphones at the moment. Yeah, I heard it's really hot over there. Is it because you're there? Is that the reason why, Ray? Is that why? Is that why it's so hot there? Oh, hi, Skibidi Riz. Hope you guys like the music, by the way. This music is so loud in my ears right now. Holy moly. Holy shit. There's Josh and Ray. It's fine. Let's play some. Oh, God. My thing is up here. Oh, no. I need to fix my Overwatch. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I was doing a little secret Let's Play of Fat Llama for those who donate to the charity foundation or fundraising, you would say it. But yeah. Yes, it is. That is very true, Mantis. I am not falling for that, Mantis. I'm sorry to say. Alright, that looks alright. Looks pretty good. Honestly, you're not wrong, Mantis. I'm looking forward to discovering my workmates finding out the Twitch and they watch my videos and you guys are involved with it. But yeah, Ray, I hope honestly you've been doing well, Ray. I'm sorry we have not been talking that much, Ray. I do apologize for that. It's only because I've been so gosh darn busy. That's the only reason why. Using the sauna? What do you mean by that? Yeah, exactly, Mantis. I'm not looking forward to that. Exactly. Nothing wrong with having a life. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Seriously, nothing wrong with that. Sauna. I've been weak, or I have a sauna at my gym, actually. So, pretty cool. Very, very neat, actually. The sound software? Oh, I don't have that. I'm sorry. I'm more than happy to try it out to see how it is. But yeah, I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I've been using so many different software. Hello, Amber. I want to try different software. No, because yes, it made my sound worse and it prioritized other different things. I was on a completely different Discord server. These guys helped me out, technicians, and they're like saying, yeah, this program is overstimulating your computer and it's making things worse on your USB devices. And it worked after I uninstalled it. I'm so sorry, Ray. I think I have to be so careful with just the entire issue when it comes to what software I should be using, because clearly that was messing up my entire system. I'm so sorry, bro. Hope you're doing well, Amber, though. Hope you're doing well, Amber. Give me 1 second, though. Was it? I don't know if it was or not though. That's the thing. I don't know if it was. I'm sorry. We'll have to try it again. But like, yeah. But Ray, I've got a new problem on my Blue Yeti. It just like, unfortunately, it just, I don't know how to describe it. It just like, it's like the sound of this, my microphone's worse now. What up, Mantis? Why is it Mantis? Are you okay, Mantis? What's up? Are you okay, Mantis? You should unban the bot and make me a mod so I can ban it. That'd be idea. Honestly, yeah, maybe. I do reckon I want to get rid of the Wiz bot. The Wiz bot's okay. I don't mind it, but I want to get rid of all of like the actual notifications on the chat things. I don't have to fucking see it. Honestly. No, Mantis. I'm sorry, Mantis. No, it's fine. Yes, yes. That, yeah, it does. Honestly, it's annoying me as well. It really does annoy me as well, honestly. I'm sorry, guys, but the answer is no. Not for a while, I'm sorry to say. Oh. Oh, cool. Oh my god, I've got an update for League of Legends. Alright. We should. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Namba, if you knew what Mantis did, that's the reason why. Oh my god, no Mantis, not Mantis. I'm sorry. Hey, Mantis, no, sorry, Mantis. Maybe that, maybe or something like that. Nah, maybe that, maybe. There we go. Mantis being mod is like my mood swing. Fucking by far. Exactly. I did, Mantis. I sent you a massive paragraph on the day after it happened. All right. Let's see what this loot box is. No gold. Oh shit! That's actually a good skin. Actually, what the hell? That's a good skin, actually. Is the game in here? It's not. The game's not in here. Great. Cool. 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 Yeah, literally. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't know. I'll run this one, Winston. Getting very close of the Christmas stuff. I'm very excited for Christmas, actually. I'm very, very excited. Who's excited for Christmas, everybody? I'm very excited. He looks genius. There's no way you just said that. There's no way you just said that. That's crazy. Alright. I know. I love Christmas. I'm sorry. Christmas is so nice. I like Christmas. Oh no, it was mainly the joke. That one joke. That was the whole thing. Because Mantis, if I actually did that and someone actually saw me doing it, that's a report on my channel. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't like that shit happening. It's like a risk of my hard work paying off. No. Oh, in that case, no. I'm sorry, Mantis. I'm completely misread. Yeah. That was a pretty messed up joke. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Mantis. No. And also, besides, there's another reason as well. I have too many mods, to be honest, as well. Alright. Really? Dude, I'm so sorry if I made it sound like that. I'm sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. It's mainly that one joke that really fucked me off. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Mantis. I'm sorry, bro. Should probably turn down the music. It's a bit loud. Yeah, I know, right? Pretty wild, right? Yeah. It'd be like that. Be like that. Yeah, these are the skins, by the way. So we got the Fox, which is Wife Leela, Joker, being the newest character, and then we got Mercy, of course, being this. I have to admit, some of them are actually pretty okay. Then we got Diva, being that, this character right here. And then we got Genji being this character here as well. What's Genji sort of like with this character? Oh, it's a good baseball bag. That's kind of cool, actually. That's actually sick, actually. And then everyone has all these shared play the games of these ones here. All our attack. It's like this, pretty much. Need a foot bar, but not the Moko. It'd be like that. They got like 3 versions of the K-pop groups again. Yeah, legit. Yeah, exactly. Beach Ass or the Pipe. Yeah. But yeah, Amber, I don't feel comfortable saying it on stream because I just don't like saying it. Also, we maxed up this gold gun, by the way. This gold gun's so good for McCree. It's really good. All the reds like that. Cool. All right. Let's do a spin wheel. Spin, 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 spin. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I'm so sorry, dude. I've been that tired. We got an ad break coming up, by the way, guys. In case you couldn't tell, we got an ad break coming up. Alright. Alright, 3, 2, okay. We go basically going to spin wheel, and we're gonna be playing some quick play for now. And we're gonna be seeing what we're gonna play. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. 3, 2, 1. Spin. Let's see what we're gonna be playing. Oh my god, I'm gonna be Ana. Oh my god, I'm back. Welcome back, Ray. Welcome back from the ads. So, I'm playing Ana. Let's see how I go with Ana. Holy moly. I have no clue how I'm gonna go with Ana. I'm a bit nervous. I don't play Ana that much. Whoever can choose the skin I'll be playing as Ana. Sounds good? No. Practice range. Yeah, honestly, I've seen Ana players, and they make her very, very fun to play. Yeah, honestly, that's a fair point, honestly. I agree with that, Mantis, too. So we got the mythic skin for Ana. We got this skin as well. We got Cabana. Captain Mari. We got Kodosua, which is the pirate. Cosmetic. Heroism, Cabana. Alright. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, we'll do that one with that one. Oh, God, I feel so nervous. I'm so nervous. Oh, God. Should I change my thing? I think I am. I'm being real, bro. Good luck, have fun, boys. Good luck, have fun. Dude, am I muted on this game? Oh my god, I think I am. Oh no. Holy shit, look at these. What? Dude, look at these things. Should I go play League or try and sleep at the 77? Honestly, nah. You should probably sleep, eh? It's really good. It's really good. Quick play. Just have fun. I want to talk to these people. These people are so fun. Dude. Play it back. Default. Yo. Oi. Hello? Bro. Why can't I play? Oh my god. No way. Oh man. I want to talk to people. How is this so hard? Why is this not working? Where's my more sound settings? Recordings. Set as default. Hey boys. Hello. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey boys. For God's sakes, dude. How come it's not working? Dude, it's 60 default, bro. Come on, man. Dude, why is this not working, bro? Why is it not working? I'm getting so triggered. I want to talk to these people. I'm so mad. This is really fucking me over. I'm actually gonna flat out leave because I want to talk to random people. That's so fun. Dude, this sucks. Why is it so hard? It's default. Like my microphone's default though. I understand. I just don't understand. Like, why can't I just have this here? Like, it's in default devices. So it should be default devices. Recording. That's what it is right here. Disable. Oh, oh my god, I'm here. Hello. Hello, people. Hi. I'm sorry I'm bad at Ana. Good shit, Diva. Oh my god, Diva. What the fuck? Shut up, bro. Shut up. You shut up. You shut up, man. Yo, am I embarrassing? Hi, guys. Can I get the Widow? I got the Widow. Ah! Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Are you serious? I fell right into the ice. Oh god. Oh god. Push, 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 push. Oh, I hit the D. I hit you that wrong Diva. That's alright. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Please, 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 please. Ah, that's alright. The May, oh my god. Nano? Anybody want Nano? They're doing pretty good actually, the DVR. Alright, that's pretty great, that's fun. Ah! Widow! Widow! No, I still die. I mean, if you want to, it's up to you, bro. Some gassing this deep. I'm not even gassing, bro. They're like 13-1. They're doing pretty well. Honestly, it's quick play. Who cares? I'm just literally playing. Who cares? It's quick play. Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. What are they yapping about? Oh my god! Oh! Oh, Jesus! Ah! I would play Apex Legends if I had people to play with, and I do miss Apex Legends. I'm not even kidding. I miss Apex Legends. It's such a fun, sweaty, shitty game, but it's so fun. It's so silly. I love it. I do miss Apex Legends. I think I have it installed. I think. But if not, I have to reinstall it again. Because it is generally a very, very fun game. I love Apex. I remember playing with my little brother a few times. Before he became a bit toxic. Ah, Phil! I was reading Ray's message. Your gameplay tells me viewers you're autistic. What? I was Pathfinder or I was Mirage. It was either of those ones. I hope I'm okay as Ana. Because the way I feel, if people see me playing Ana, they can definitely tell I'm autistic. Oh my god, what's this latency? Dude, you guys see that? No! Yeah, Pathfinder. Yeah, I don't mind Pathfinder. He's pretty fun. I normally liked, how's my brain? Why'd you play Ana? Who cares? It's not about winning the game or judging. It's just quick play. It's quick play for a reason. Of course, it's about practicing. with everything like that. It's okay. That was alright. Good shit, bro. Winston, my go. Winston is very fun. Oh, Watson. Yeah, she's pretty crazy with her like her barricades and like all the electric like pathfinding and electric stuff that she does. Is she like Canadian as well? I think she is. No, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh shit, oh, no, Diva. Yeah, you got it. But that's okay, that's okay. I got the Widow. I got the Widow. Let's go. Ah. So yo, man, I aim in video games required knowledge how to aim. God damn it, bro. That's so mean, bro. That's so mean, bro. Dude. Can I get this? No, I hit the cart! Thank you, Tracer. Thank you, Tracer. Can you say Canadian? Canadian. Can't let that big ass forehead get you figure out what the fuck do you mean by that, bro? What do you mean? I'm here to keep your ego in check. What does that even mean, Mantis? Go, 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 go. You got this, you got this, you got this. Oh no. Ah. Oh, good shit. Nice, good shit. There's a Juno behind on the outside. Yay, good job. Do a forehead reveal in this game so far. It's pretty big. I got a big forehead. I got a big forehead, but not enough brains.
Canadian, you twerk.
Canadian? Nah, it's fine, who cares? Oh, sheesh. Canadians care. I'm sorry. No. I wasn't saying I don't care how they're pronounced. I never said that. I never said that. Putting words in my mouth now. They're my name. I never said I don't care. I never said that. I'm being serious, bro. I never said that. Never. Like Ryan Reynolds will kick your ass for that. I never said I don't care how they pronounce it. I never said anything like that. As a promise, don't gaslight me, please. Oh my god, you dickhead. I'm being serious, dude. I'm being serious. Come on, man. What do you mean? Holy shit, bro. What is this on a DPS? I don't know how to play healing. I don't know how to play healing. I'm just attacking and killing. Yeah. No. No. No, come on. Oh, that's so simple. But she's still what you call it though. I do not know how to do. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way. GG's boys, well played. GG's, well played. We played well. We played well. I'm sorry. Sorry for the loss.
Lizard.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Lizard.
Our brain right now. Did you guys even hear that, Lizard? Did you even hear that? You guys even hear the lizard? Yes, thank you. Alright. Let's see what you know what we didn't hear? My yapping. My voice. Hang on. Ah, shit. Hang on. Let's see this maybe. That'll be better. Alright. 3, 2, 1, spin. Alright. Yeah, I probably would, to be honest. Yeah, it would be actually. Not wrong. You're not wrong, bro. That's very, very true. Oh, Zenyatta! It's because I'm wearing my, I'm wearing this. I'm not having my Blue Yeti. Because my Blue Yeti sounds terrible. I'm being Zenyatta. Yeah. I'm confident being Zenyatta. That's crazy. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm playing Zenyatta now. Oh, how do you play Zenyatta? How do you play Zenyatta? How do you play Zenyatta? I know you can kick. Oh, God. Does it sound better now? I guess it's worse on this soundboard. Okay. Hey, boys. Good luck. Have fun. I hope we play well. Oh, God. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. What the fuck? Oh, my God. You should place Discord orbs, then hold right click, and that's it. I think Hook should not play support. It's on the spin wheel. It's random. It's every single hero in this godforsaken game. Alright, I'll do that then, Amber. I'll do that then, Amber. That's a promise, Amber. I'll try my very best. Level 10 Helldivers. I'm so sorry, Mantis. I don't think I've ever been interested in playing Helldivers. If I were, I would have actually played already by now. I'm sorry. It's not that appealing to me, Helldivers. I'm sorry. It looks okay, but looks like an average third-person shooter thing to me. Alright, what skin do I play? Oh yeah, Bug Dive. Oh my God. Alright, which skin? Demon Cyber Monk or Cultist? Or Pixu? No, we'll do Cultix. Mythic? Mythic? Alright. Yay! Ah. Good luck, have fun, everybody. Hope we all play well.
To find success, you must search in harmony.
Clocks the fuck up. Do you speak English? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean? I'm in such a geely mood. I don't know why. I'm in such a geely mood. So, why would you get mythic skin on a character you can't play? That's a very good question, actually. I don't really know, actually. Ah! Whee! It's a Cultix. He said Flutex. Oh my God! I read too quickly. That's my problem. You gotta collect them all. Yeah, thank you, Ray. Appreciate defending me. Oh my God. By the way, fun fact, guys. I was actually doing a secret recording Let's Play with Fat Llama today. You had to hold right click, not press. Right click. So right click. Ah. What? You already said that? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. It's it charges up? Oh, yeah. I know it charges up, but I just don't know when to do it. I wish I was trolling. I really wish I was trolling, but I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no clue what's happening. Wait. My bipolar is Yankee is playing like a DPS. Because I don't know how to heal. I'm sorry. I don't know how to heal. I'm so sorry. At least the music's nice. At least the music sounds good. Like, you're doing better than half my ranked teammates, though. He's like playing Akiana. You're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong. Why nobody showed up there? Why you showed up now? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh God. I'm sorry, I'm not doing great. I do apologize for that. I'm sorry, guys. 48 out of 30 is pretty good, though. Oh, Tracer. No. 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 Piss off. Piss off. Piss off, Doomy. You fucking doom gloom. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not high. I'm just really giggly. I could actually play League. I played with Amber. I played League of Amber, and that was pretty fun. A bit boring in some parts, but I don't know. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, please, please, please. You piece of shit! I thought I could make it. I thought I could make it. Oh god. My ultimate's ready. I feel alone in my head. I need someone to give self. I need somebody to give back this strength. No. Oh my good god. Come on, please, please. Just don't die, please. Just don't die. Thank you. Thank you, Doomfist. You did well, Doomfist. Thank you. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, bot lane kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. Doomfist, my boy. What are you doing, Doomfist? Why are you down there, Doomfist? Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me. Go Genji, go Genji, go Genji. Nice. You got Pharaoh. Yeah, we do. We play quick swift play. We play swift play. Yeah, we do. I still like those bots. It's so boring. I'm sorry. I consider it not being boring. And I said, and I need somebody to get that. I need somebody called to get black. Oh god, please, please, please. No! Tracer, please! Tracer, please! Please, Tracer. Tracer, please, I beg you, Tracer. Do. I'm just damned to never have a crew. I mean, we have a group chat with League of Legends players if you want to play with us, Ray. It's me, Elle, her partner, and a streamer friend of mine as well. And we all play, what do you call it? We play thingy, you know? Oh my god! Oh my god. This is nice music though. Oh, true, and you're on their nay, true. Good round, boys, good round, boys. We did well. Yeah, I figured, I'm sorry. Unless Ray makes like a new thing. I don't know. Yay! Yoga, Ikibo's here! Guys, Ikibo's here! Holy shit, Ikibo!
Reflects only what can be seen. And yet, you sound just...
How have you been going, Ikibo? How are you, Ikibo? I will not make a new thing. True. But they said sniff you in a movie theater. What the fuck am I reading? What? I need to change my camera after this. Oh my god. Oh, nice. I need to move my camera up a bit more. What the fuck, bro? got way too much fucking money on my 12th old account. I'm so sorry, Ray. True, yeah. Oh my god, kill Doomfist, 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 Doomfist. Oh my god, bro. Bro. Yeah, Ikibo. Ikibo's a very funny, well-known person. They're great. They're very funny. They're literally like a different version of mixture of Mantis and Tez. And, oh yeah. Holy shit! Hazza! Who the fuck are you? What are you doing here? Mods, get them out. Get the fuck out. Get out. There's too cringe for you to handle. One way still can. Get the fuck out. Get out. How are you, dude? Welcome, 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 man. I'm playing Spin Wheel. I'm doing like a Spin Wheel game night. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you're doing fucking fantastic, boys. Shut the fuck up, Amber. Hope you fucking die, Ligma. Oh, come on. We got this, we got this. Ah, jeez, fucking Jesus Christ. Got 8 mythic skins, Ari skins, Hook. I'm literally the most well-known person in the community. You are actually, not gonna lie, you are actually. You are. You are actually, not gonna lie, you are. Okay. Not gonna lie, if Hazza is still here, I am not surprised. No, wouldn't that be Hook? No, my god. We all did. Fuck, come on, die. Yeah, I got them. Yay, I got them. Except for my own community. Oh god. Need to be able to speak a considered person. Exile from his own community. Yeah, I get that. Dude. Yeah. Come on, team. We can do it, team. We've got this, team. No. God damn, bro. Do. Yeah, Ray made. I think Ray, did you commission them or did you make them yourself, Ray? Pretend you made them yourself, Ray, to make yourself look cooler. No! Yeah. I'm not sure when the last time Ray streamed, but yeah, Ray streams. Oh my god. For those who don't know, comped them means they commissioned them. Very, very cool. Go. The Tracer can't kill you. Go, the Tracer can't kill you guys. Oh, now they can. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, you're not wrong, bro. Does this sound okay, by the way? The music not too loud, because I like the sound of my music right now. The music sounds really nice. I'm tempted to plug in my microphone to see how it goes. But it is going to sound terrible. It is going to sound awful, though. Okay, not gonna lie. I blame our other healer. Just saying. Blood food, nothing to lose. Fire away. Ricochet, reflect away. Fly away, fire away. Alright, I'm killing myself. Play the other healer. I'm sorry. Alright. Wait, let's do this again. Okay. I'm sorry, Ray. I'm sorry. We need to spin the wheel again. Alright. Hopefully this time we don't get support, okay? So I got chance I'm killing myself, I did it. What? Really, that got censored? I'm so sorry. Alright. 3, 2, 1, spin! Hopefully we got something good out of this. Hopefully we get an actual decent godforsaken Kira now. Holy moly. I'm Sombra! Dude, guys, hear me out. I used to be such a decent Sombra person. I used to be so decent Sombra. I shit you not. I was so decent Sombra. If I get the whole thing right with understanding Sombra, I'm pretty decent Sombra. Love Sombra, she's so cool. It was my main skin I had of Sombra. I think it was Rim, or I think it was... No, it was Demon Hunter. Yeah, I love Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is such a good skin for Sombra. So, like that. I should probably change the thingamabobby for the Sombra. Oh, yeah. Shut up, man. Shut up. No, I want to change my godforsaken thing, bro. Oh, God. No! I can't be Sombra. I can't be Sombra. Excuse me, Mr. Death. Can I please have Sombra? I'm so sorry. I know it's quick play, but I would like to have Sombra, please. I'm so sorry. No! Must be the next lesbian. There's like 3 people in apparently, so... And they heard me too. I forgot my healer. I forgot my healer. Oh, I feel like people think that I should be good at Tracer because I'm like so wild and wacky. But I feel like I'm not good at Tracer. I don't know why. Oh, I'm right. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, Leafy. It got cut out. It got cut out. The new follower got cut out. Thank you for the new follow. Thank you for the new follow. Left. Oh fuck. Liferly. Life rate. What? Life. Really? Oh god. Oh fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What's my music? I need the comfort music. This city. Thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry, bro. Mantis, you're not calling me Mantis. I'm sorry, Mantis. You're not calling me Mantis. Just text to speech it, bro. Right? Rayleigh. Oh, Rayleigh from One Piece. I'm not even... Oh, wait, they're incredibly close too. We'll play after this. If you want to play random heroes in quick play, we'll definitely play together. Because that's the whole idea of this. We're playing random arcade games. I can't. I'm sorry. Oh god. Oh god. Hello. Oh shit. Oh god. Hello. No, they got disabled. They say some mambo. Haha, fuck you. I've got to get your supports behind your back. Oh, Jesus Christ. For God's sakes. Riley, like Inside Out 3, yes. Yeah, I feel like it. I feel like that's how you pronounce it. I'm so sorry. Great first impression, by the way. I do thank you for the actual, No, Mantis, did you not hear what I said? I'm not answering random Discord calls. I'm sorry, bro. I would rather just focus on the game and just like, and if I mispronounce it, at least I got it eventually, so it's fine. It's okay. Yeah, we got it back. Good job, team. We got it back. Yay. No, Mantis, I want to answer it. When I'm streaming, no. Only when I'm playing a call or something like that. No, not random calls. Like, out of nowhere calls. I rather than planned. I'm kidding, no. I still want to answer your phone call, Mantis. Carly saves the number. No, it's not that. I just don't feel like it was necessary for you to call me. Because he's going to tell me how to pronounce it properly. And I feel like I already got it pronounced anyways, it's fine. I got ult. Oh god. No, that's not true. That's not true. Don't put words in my mouth, please. Oh my god! I got that! I got that! How did I get that? How did I get that? Oh god. No. Ah. Yes. Yes! Good shit, boys! Good shit, boys! Good shit, boys! Good shit! Nice. Well done. Well done. He. Okay. Alright. Okay, buddy. I'm not drinking in public. It was Pepsi. It was Pepsi, Mantis. Okay. Okay, buddy. Can someone please advertise that on like r/Reddit? Like cancel Twitch stream Reddit and have my screenshot in the stream? I want to see if anybody actually cares about that. Watch me get reported or like suspended for a few days. Oh god. Haha, I healed myself. No, I need to aim properly. Holy shit, bro. I need to aim properly. Come on, please. You popped to the whole crowd. What do you mean? How? No. She's like 19. It's like a dumb age thing. Until he tries where I live. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Ray. What still is a minor? Oh god, no! Jesus Christ! Nice cunt. No! Damn, this sucks. Holy shit, bro. What? Mantis, don't say that, please, Mantis. If they actually are true, if they are that age. Latency, come on, dude. Okay. Alright. This time I tried my best. No! No! I could have done it. Oh, damn it. Oh my god. It was so embarrassing. I should probably add the guy back as well. Join group. Oh god, they're in a group. This stream has fucked my head. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. God. Oh god. No, fuck. I'm sorry. Okay, we're doing okay. We're doing alright. Okay, good job. Oh, come on. If you win this, I'll be so surprised. Nice, good shit. Ah! Oh god. Ah! No! Fuck you. Oh, I got him! Yes! Yes! We actually did it! Oh my god! We all play well, everybody. Wow, GG's, boys. What are you saying? Thursday gonna be Friday? No, Ray, it's gonna be very different now because since I've got my new career and my hours vary. Like next week, I'm working 6 days in total next week. So I am gonna be very busy. I may not be streaming next week. I might stream for one night and that's it. Hey, change stream title? Okay, what is it gonna be, Raspin? What is it gonna be, Raspin? What are you gonna change stream title to, Raspin? We're gonna change to Raspin. Should I join these guys, by the way? I don't know if they should join them or not. I feel bad. Are they like, can I join these guys or? Hello. New Turfwatch learning game. Oh, you're such a fuckwit. Ah, what the hell? What the fuck is this? Overwatch hanging out with Tachio. What the fuck is happening? What is that, bro? Done. Easy. Ah, we're in the stream. You should join up for 4 stack. Yeah, I would love to join. I'm a bit nervous, but yeah, we should definitely play. We should. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I need to be somber, by the way. I'm sorry to say because you know, yeah, it's part of the spin wheel. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry if the ads. I'm sorry if the ads are a thing. I'm sorry. 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 Honestly. So you're telling me this sounds awful? You know why? Wait. I don't know why it's not working. For God's sakes, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. Dude, yes, it does. I'm sorry, but I am not going to be looking down a lightsaber and activate it while looking into my eye. I'm not doing that. That's stupid. I'm not doing that. Point inflation. Shut up. Hey guys, how are we? Hey boys. How are we doing well? So for the loss.
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Holy shit. How are we doing well, boys? How are we doing well, boys? Holy shit, we're actual full stack. Hello, how are we? Luke Skywalker did not look down at the bottom of a lightsaber and activate it to his face. He did not do that. He's not that stupid. He's not that stupid. I swear to God.
Yeah, it's good to know he's not that stupid.
I'm not okay. Guys. Guys. How is this embarrassing? I understand, bro. My chat's roasting me, I'm sorry.
I can't
Hope doing well. I might be Sombra because I'm doing spin wheel. If you guys want to do a spin wheel, we can if you want to. We do random heroes.
Spin me.
Yes, spin me.
Oh, right now, yeah, we should cancel them. We should cancel then. Because it'll be random.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the entire thing is different. Alright, who's gonna go first?
Me, the tank.
Alright, okay, cool. Alright, in that case, I'll just sort of spin around, spin. Alright, 3, 2, 1, spin! Let's see what you get. We have to keep spinning until you get a tank. No way, Orisa. Alright, so Metro, but the closest was Orisa. You're Orisa.
Okay, I'm Orisa. Come on, boys.
Let's do it, boys. Let's do it.
Don't you only one player receive?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, usually.
That is so funny, actually.
Usually.
What?
Wait, we were the team on Lijiang.
Oh, you were actually. Oh, that's sick, actually.
Yeah.
Alright, who's next? Who wants to be next spin wheel?
Your boy's not saying anything.
Yeah, why not say anything?
I'll run it. DPS.
DPS, your DPS, alright. Spin! Okay, Kiriko. Does not count. No. Let's close to Kiriko. Farah, closest for you. Farah, Ash. Yeah, it would be Ash? Okay. Ash, alright. Ash, it's Ash. Next.
Hey, I'll do the support now.
Support, alright. Spin! Fucking spin! Come on. Rip to the person, can't hear this whole chaotic. Rip to the person.
Nick, bro. What is
Life Wheeler! Yo, Life
That's
Wheeler!
a funny way to
bro.
spell Mercy.
Yo, Life. I'm so sorry, dude. The spin wheel says it. I'm sorry, man.
It's a funny Mercy spelling.
I'm sorry, man. It's Life Wheeler. I'm so sorry, bro. Should we spin?
No, it was Mercy on last screen.
Should we spin for Olme who can't hear?
Yo.
He's playing support as
They're playing support as well. Oh, spin! Alright, let's play spin. Alright.
No, we'll just say he got laugh with it, don't worry.
Alright, yeah, okay, easy. No
we
way.
get to go?
Bro, that closest one was Life Wheeler as well. There's no way. That's actually crazy. The last close one was Kiriko. Okay, Kiriko. That'll be right. Kiriko's fine.
Oh, you respin.
Oh, respin? Yeah, sure, we'll respin.
Respin.
Yeah, we respin. I don't care.
Wait, Nick, can you hear us?
Yeah, can he actually hear us now?
Yeah, probably.
Probably here. No, Cassidy, not Cassidy. Try again. Next spin. I've been having a good night, by the way, boys. I'm having a good night.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ash. Oh, try again. One more time.
You're right, just fucking cue us in.
We might as well queue us in at this point. Yeah, might as well queue us in. That's okay. Okay, Zenyatta. Close one, Zenyatta. That's fine.
No more respin.
Funny. That's like a Moira. That's like a Moira spelling, right?
Yeah, it's like a misspell.
Moira.
Yeah, I think it does, maybe, but it depends. Depends how you see it, eh? Depends on your beliefs.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's like how my one spelled Mercy. It's like. That's like a.
I get it. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. It's fine, bro. So you guys just like to check out my stream and be like, oh, let's invite this guy to a group. It'd be funny. Was that the whole mindset, or?
Yes.
That's hilarious. I love that. That's so good. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Nah, we're gonna win every game. It's full.
Surely.
Yeah.
We got this.
We're a bunch of washed diamonds.
You guys are diamond? I'm just in silver.
Yeah. I'm peak diamond. Right?
Oh, that's sick, bro. Nice.
We're peak diamonds, but we haven't played the game for like a couple seasons. So we're washed.
What am I hearing right now? What's going on here? What am I hearing?
We'll say diamond. Oh wait, what is this sick? Competitive.
Come on, what the frick is this? So
doesn't even say you played a game of competitive, Sam. Wait, how do I miss that? You only played competitive one season, which is the first, and you got a bronze, 2 in damage.
Good shit, bro. That's actually not bad, actually.
That's diamond.
Copy.
What's your peak rank, Hooksniffer?
Silver 5, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's good.
It's not bad, actually, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
When I first played PC, after I got out of my Xbox stage, I was like gold, I'm pretty sure.
I used to be diamond on console.
I wonder how that cool Vinyl guy's doing. He's so freaking cool. He's been teaching me Genji. How amazing teacher he is. So inspirational. Vinyl, get the fuck out of my stream, Vinyl. Get the fuck out of my stream. Jesus fucking Christ. Piss off, bro. I'm a web paper towel, apparently. That's my ranking system. Web paper towel ranking. We love that.
That's Party Man's rank.
That's not bad, actually.
No, I'm diamond. I was diamond.
Nice, dude. Best fan. Shut up, Vinyl. Hope you're doing well, Vinyl. So what are the chances of us finding a game? Like, is it soonish or nah?
Like 67% chance.
Okay. I like the odds. I like the odds.
Did Did you say 6'7"?
For me, who's my biggest fan? I'm pretty sure. Lifery is my biggest fan. I reckon. I think Lifery is my biggest fan so far. The biggest supporter. They gave me 100 gifted subs. They gave me about 69,000 bits. Yep. They're living in a cardboard box right now.
Wait, 6'9"? Did you say 6'9"?
Yeah, 6'9". Yeah, like 69,000. Literally hates me. No, I didn't hate you. I don't hate you. I don't hate you, Vinyl. I'm sorry, bro. You've been following me for 2 years and 6 months, Mantis? What the fuck? Okay. Feels fat. Oh my god. So you guys, what have you guys been up to tonight? Just playing games, or what you guys been doing?
I just got back from work.
Oh, dude, nice, dude.
Trigger warning, please. Trigger warning when he's using the word around me.
How would you say the actual word in a racist tone? Chopper.
Worker.
You fucking stupid worker.
Don't get out.
You have to say work with a hard R. Fucking worker. Fucking worker. Alright, hopefully I'm okay, Sombra. Hopefully I'm okay. Do we all remember who we're playing as, by the way?
Marissa.
You have been playing for 4 years. Yeah, 4 years you've been playing before, yeah. Who was attacking that microphone? What is going on?
Sorry.
It's alright. It's okay, bro. I was just worried for your safety.
No, not Nick's from Fort Zenyatta, by the way. No, Piney Man, I think he got lucky.
Yeah, I got mercy. That was mercy.
No, not Nick.
No, I thought Moira.
Not gonna lie, it's not racist if you hate everybody equally, because racism is a discrimination. So if you treat everyone like shit, you're not being racist, you're treating everyone the same. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, Nick, what do you think about that?
It's trash.
Okay. I forgot Sombra has a time limit on her invisibility. I forgot about that.
Wait, so what are you trying to do on Sombra?
Just playing, literally. It's community nights enough for me, how it's like random games and have people playing the game with me, to be honest.
That's it.
Yeah. Maybe a bit lower than music, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Does Vinyl not want to play with you?
Well, he just got on, I'm guessing, so...
Zenyatta's did already.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Raise me, mercy.
Oh god, fuck.
Guys, they have a hard counter.
I'm impressed, yes.
They have a hard counter. Yes, they do.
I'm like so scared right now. Oh god, they're all here. Okay. I think we got this.
Lock in. Why is she full charge?
There you go. Hacking.
So guys, by the way, when you see the Zarya, do not shoot the fucking bubble.
I'm shooting the bubble right now.
Wait,
I sit behind the corner.
What's your language?
Yeah.
No!
Right now. To be family friendly.
Yeah.
I died. No, I can't. What do you mean, bro?
How is she still full charge?
$700 2 weeks. Basically, I was working 45 minutes a day. That's pretty good, actually. Don't kill yourself, Mantis.
Hey, hold the lines.
Don't kill yourself, please.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. Oh, everyone's dead. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, you're finally here.
Oh, yo, Nick. Wait, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yo, how are you, man?
Good, bro.
What happened to your microphone, bro? You okay? Do you seek medical attention?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Hang on. So I was hacked. Oh, Jesus. Dude, fucking hell. Why'd you clip that Mantis? What the fuck, bro? Why'd you do that?
Oh, Riley died. Watch us, Riley!
That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Nice,
my God.
dude. Huge res. Nice, dude.
I died, but it was worth it.
You tried your very best, bro. That's what matters.
I got insta dropped.
To prove you care, what do you mean, bro? Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
sacrificed my life for you, Riley.
Yeah, thank you.
Almost
very
died.
much.
Hey, Hook Sniffer!
Yeah, what's up? What is it?
I got a Hook Sniffer!
Oh, it's okay. Oh, I don't care if I die, bro. It's fine. I'm just playing the game. It's fine. It's okay.
Hey, Hook Sniffer!
Yeah, that's alright.
That was sticky.
That's alright. Appreciate the effort.
Oh my god, what is going on? This is hectic.
Why do we have one?
How is she always full check? This doesn't make
I'm gonna hack the soldier. Soldier dead. Go.
Soldier dead.
Yeah. Come on, I'm gonna try and hack somebody. No! Oh, Christ. I should probably go back, to be honest. You should make a Doom Dark Age series on YouTube. Did you not see the video I played before with my little brother? The PC port is garbage. It was so shit. We could not play the game properly. The PC port for Doom Dark Ages is garbage. It really is. I'm not playing Doom Dark Ages until I see it running smoothly okay on that. Bless you, man.
Thank you.
The PC's not old, bro. It's been reported that the port is really bad on PC. I'm not playing Dying Light either.
Run, Sam, run!
Okay.
I never got interested in Dying Light, I'm sorry to say.
Like, I don't get how...
Ah! Oh god. It has very demanding running requirements, but it shouldn't though.
I died.
Stay alive, Riley!
No, come on, no! That's alright. Where are they? Oh, hello.
Nice.
Oh, thank you for that. Thanks for dynamite. There's no ball? What do you mean there's no ball? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean there's no ball? I can try and hack them. Okay, go. The Mercy's dead.
Go. Heroes never die.
The Mercy died. She fell off the edge.
Oh, and she couldn't glide up because she was hacked.
If you spin Lucia on the wall, I will click oppies. I generally kill myself. What? Okay, Mantis. Okay, I'm back. Mercy dead.
I'm trying to heal Bob. Oh, I sold it.
That's alright.
Heal, dude.
Oh no.
Need healing neck.
Oh shit. That's okay. I'm gonna try and hack them from behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna push.
Damn, healing behind you.
Oh god. Okay.
I'm in Riley. I died.
Whee!
Guys, they flanked.
That's okay. I died. Mantis, there might be a chance I'll be playing Lucio, knowing my luck with the spin wheel. There might be a chance. So I don't know how Lucio even works.
Yo, how am I still alive, bro?
What? Sombras, okay. We got.
Uh-oh.
Dude, I hit the thing! Oh, God. Ah, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Mercy. Cheers, thank you.
Guys, fuck this soldier up. Thank you.
Oh my god, Okay.
Right.
Ah, cool. We'll push you back, which is good, that's good. Check around the sides just in case. Yeah, oh yeah, no, leave me to it.
Nice.
They're all so weak, No, Mercy. What the fuck, bro? Why would you die? Oh my god. Nice, good job. Nice. Okay, apparently according to my chat, wants you guys to teach me how to aim.
Look at the character and shoot.
Yeah.
Apparently it does not work, apparently. According to a lot of my preferences.
I'm healing Bob.
Nice.
Mercy's back.
Oh, good job.
Kill him.
Nice.
Nice.
What the fuck? What do you mean by reverse
it's a
edition
6-7
of
cookie.
Chrono 7?
6-7.
The fuck is
I
that?
got the swastika cookie.
They went Bastion.
Why?
Because they're trying to counter me.
What it loses?
They're on Bastion.
One flanking.
Oh, really low.
Yeah! Yay! Oh my god, I survived. Oh my god. Cause then is aimbot. No, he's
I
not.
ulted.
Did you? Oh, that was a terrible ult.
Did it to save your life, Riley.
Oh my god, okay. W, Ghost of Yote ad. Okay.
Flanking. One's flanked.
Need heals. Mercy! On point.
Go.
Yes, what is the answers? What
Sorry
is it?
behind you, Riley.
No. I can't aim.
Whoa.
Bro, hit me with the okay. Clearly miss me dead. I'm sorry. I miss you, bro. I'm sorry. I say be tested with dyslexia. Honestly, I'm just reading too quickly. My brain process is just far too
Who's
much.
this? I've got you, baby.
I died.
Thank you.
We know what the answer is. Fuck you. I don't trust these musics anymore.
Oh, baby died immediately.
Okay, I think.
Stand back off.
Okay.
Okay, I just died.
Oh god. Why these buttons not working? Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I died.
Oh, my bad hook sniffer should have gone for you there.
I don't care, it's fine.
Bashing out.
I hope you shoot your foot by accident.
Oh my Zarya!
Okay.
She's one.
Yay!
Nice.
Yeah.
GG,
Do you like
boys.
what I'm about to say?
I beg your pardon, sir? I can't hear what you're saying. Sorry, dude.
Expect an endorse here, hook sniffer.
Oh, I just did randomly.
Yeah,
I just did
random.
random. Sorry. Nice. I'm going back to watching Wednesday. I don't know. Did Wednesday season 2 like got dropped because how dog shit it was? Like apparently the storyline plot like lost momentum of creativity.
Good ass.
Apparently it's bad. Apparently, according to like critics, apparently, and people have been watching it. Apparently, a lot of the plot has been lost. Apparently, that's what I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but I saw the first season. I didn't even like it that much, so I don't know. What is this? Hang on. How come this is not working? Oh, that's better. Alright. Are we all good to do another spin wheel, or do I just do spin wheel only?
You're uncapable.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, I'm going to spin wheel for myself. Hopefully I have an actual tank, because I'm okay at tank. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Are you fucking serious?
No.
I'm Mercy.
I'm Mercy, so it's okay.
Sam, why did you leave?
Bro, I'm Mercy.
I think.
Oh my god. I'm a bit of Mercy. Oh god. Alright. Who's next for the spin wheel?
Me, I'm next.
Wait, so who's me, sorry? I don't know who me is.
Nick.
Nick, alright, Nick, you're spin wheel here, and you're going to be... Hopefully you have a good character, I hope. If not, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, you're Sombra. We literally swapped over. We swapped over. You're Sombra now.
Oh, that's so bummed.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for the hydro, thank you. It's really hot in my room right now because my windows are closed.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that.
I really want to
Thank you for that, thank you for that. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you. I appreciate it, thank you for that, thank you, bro. Who's next?
Bailey. Oh, Bailey.
By the way, it's not actually locked into. It's locked into everything. It's not directly from separate things. It's just every character in one wheel. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So every time I sit it on. So you're gonna be Spyro. I'm so sorry, you're Faro. Whoever this girl's been wheel, you're Faro. I'm so sorry.
That's crazy how I got Mercy on my first turn.
I know, right? It's pretty crazy, yeah, honestly. I can't wait to play Mercy.
Pharo's OP.
Pharo can be very strong, honestly. Pharo can be so strong, it depends on situations.
Nick's got Pharo, I'll go next.
Alright, you go next? Alright. Wait, there we go. Okay, my wheel's breaking apparently. Okay. Alright, who are you gonna be? Oh my god, you Widowmaker.
Alright, bet I'll cook on Widowmaker.
Alright, so the last one's Tank, right? Whoever's Tank. Who was the last person who's not being... Oh, we're missing now. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track. Alright, so you're playing Tank. Whoever said me? Alright.
Yep, look. Lift Riley.
Have we done our support yet? Because we got Brigida now. And somebody support? Because...
Party man is Brigida.
Alright, Party man is Brigida. Okay.
He's Mercy.
I'm Mercy. Old mate is Brigida. Okay. Alright. So now I'm missing Tank now.
Me.
Oh shit, I keep missing. I keep on missing the fucking thing. Alright.
I'm the tank.
Can you guys tell I'm slightly brain dead? Can you guys tell? I'm not sure if you guys can tell.
No.
Lucio, no, we have to keep spinning until we get a tank. We have to keep spinning until we have a tank.
Oh wait, so am I Lucio?
I thought it was Diva.
Hang on. Nah, you gotta keep spinning.
Nah, that's Lucio. That's Lucio.
Oh my god, who's Tank? You're Queen. Who is Tank? You're Queen. You're Dr. Queen, yeah.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Expect a loss, by the way.
Dude, I'm playing Mercy. What are you talking about, bro? I'm being Mercy. What do you mean by that?
No, but I rolled Mercy.
Wait, what VTPS? Oh, VTPS. Oh, that's better. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay. Alright. So, I used to be a playable Mercy on my alt account. How I had an alt account, how it was Mercy only, and it was called Mercy Sniffer. I shit you not. It's actual.
Are you like a hog only now?
Are you like an Egan?
No, I'm a washout one trick. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, I'm Hoggy Boo! I'm so sorry, bro. Oh shit! What the hell? Is it unlimited?
I'm sorry.
This is sick.
Yeah, you got unlimited.
Nice, sir. I love hooks. Nice. Oh god. Oh god. What was that? I was being Mercy. What the frick?
Get off and go, Bailey.
Ah! I can practice my shooting now as Mercy. Go. Oh, no! I spawned this ball in the air and now I'm on the floor. How do you do this ball? How do you move around? Dude, I'm so old. I was there when I announced ball and I thought it was an actual joke.
You must be like 50.
No, I'm 31, bro. I'm 31. Fuck.
Party man's 12.
No,
Yeah.
I'm 31.
The party man's 12 though.
No, I'm 31 though.
Wait, Adam.
I'm sorry. I honestly feel bad if I kill people with characters I'm bad at. So I feel really bad. Oh my god. Oh, let's break it down. This is like blatantly bullying. Because it's like this unlimited healing, unlimited everything. Wee!
Okay, I'm moving off now.
I can ult the diva. I didn't. Yes, I can ult the diva. What is that Hunter flying from? Oh god. Oh, I just survived. Oh my. Oh, I'm the bomb field. You pushed me to the bomb field, bro. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. No, come on. Alright. Are you alright as Lucio? I'm asking for a friend.
Just fucking ram into it.
I did that, nothing happened. Hang on, I'm gonna try. Okay, now it works. What the fuck? How come it didn't work before? Okay. I still fell off, bro. Okay. Can I actually momentum this? I found someone C4 on the floor. I feel like I'm playing Counter-Strike when I saw that. Come on. Yeah, I'm back. Hello, I'm back. I really want to be Lucio anymore. I don't know how to play Lucio. I just don't like support heroes.
I play Lightweaver. Asking, I've never played him before.
Oh my god.
I don't know what he does.
She has like a needler from Halo 3. That's what he legit does. He has like a needler on his gun.
Sam's too young to play Halo. Yes.
Finally, I got a kill. Holy! I instantly died. I died straight away. Oh! I was too close. I'm sorry. I was too close to the edge. Oh.
New Junk City.
Do Queen Street so I can be Widow.
Oh, true.
Wait, no.
True.
Wait, but you didn't get Widow. You didn't get Widow as your pick.
I did get Widow. And Nick got...
That's right.
Like how I got Mercy.
Oh my, yeah, luckily I got Mercy. Yeah, luckily I got Mercy.
Yo, lucky boy.
Very
dirty.
Honestly, I have no clue how Mercy works, honestly.
So basically you just hold down heals on the tank, and that's pretty much it.
Sounds
Wait, what did I got Queen there? I got Queen.
Damage boost the Widowmaker.
Wait, Rose Majesty? What kind of skin is this?
Wait, who did I get? I kind of forgot.
Honestly?
You got Lifeweaver.
I think Party.
No, that was the game before where I played Mercy. I'll play Kira.
No, you're Brigida. I'm so sorry, Party. You're
Brigida.
You're Brigida.
Okay.
Yeah, you're Brigida.
Yeah.
But good remembering, Hook Sniffer. Good remembering.
Honestly, I panicked.
Oh, okay. Fair.
So, how does one play Brigida?
The more damage you do on the enemy team, the more actual healing your teammates get you around you. Because you use your slang with your melee, and then they add damage.
Did you by chance up your pieces tonight?
Yeah.
No, I got Gamersubs. Gamersubs.gg/ I'ma kill myself. That's an actual code.
Party man, use that code.
Yeah, Party man, use a party code. Not gonna lie, that'd be pretty good actual what do you call it? Party man for the actual promotion code.
Watch this, headshot in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's sick, bro. Good job, bro.
Hang on.
There we go. Yeah, I got you,
Is there
bro.
barely ABG on the bridge?
Oh, come on, come on. No! I got you, bro. How did I get that? How did I get that res? Oh my god. Holy shit. You still died anyway. I'm so sorry. Will I feel off the game? Are they okay?
I left. What happened?
His house is getting swatted.
Oh, cool. Nice. I
That would be okay.
I can relate to that. What's the song that's playing right now? What the frick? What a weird song. I'll go.
Look, what do you do as a job? Do you do pornos or something?
I recently got a job as a salesman. I sell tech stuff at a massive corporation. I recently got it recently. Just finished my training a few days ago.
Software, hardware type deal, like porn?
I think no, it's more like home electronic stuff. A small tech area that I'm in, but it's pretty cool though. Okay,
No.
surely.
Wait, can I get pocket mercy?
Oh, who's talking? Sorry, I don't know who's talking.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. There we go. There we go. There we go. This is fucking scary. Holy shit. Oh! No, come on! No! I was trying to get to you. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
I was throwing heals at them.
Run, 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 run. No! Oh god!
Yeah, that's a
great,
diva.
great diva bomb. Better than mine actually. That says a lot.
What just
Come here,
one?
Doki.
Oh, sorry. Oh! No, what? Oh yeah, there we go. Fuck you! No. Let's fucking go, boys.
How many res? Thank you.
Yeah. Fucking awesome. No! Holy shit, I actually got the kill! I got the kill! Oh my god, I actually got the kill on that.
No!
Home Alone joined.
You say you want to meet me home alone? That's so weird, bro.
I get that a lot, don't worry, dude. What am I hearing right now?
They can still engage you.
Ah. Okay.
Heels up on the
That was weird.
I need heels.
Whoa. There we go. Hey, we should. Oh god, Larry. Come on, run! No! There we go, like that. May. May circle. No!
Oh, thank you.
There we go. Oh, come on, make it. Come on, oh! Holy moly. Oh. Can I do it? I still did it. That's insane.
Got a kill.
Good shit, dude. I can't believe they let me heal you. Oh my god.
Oh, they're fucking both of them. DPS.
Oh god. It's gonna be over here. Yeah. Wait, what?
369, let's go.
Nice. No! Yeah, I got you. Oh, right, I died straight away too. No. I'm so sorry.
Your death won't be in vain, bruh. Please.
Hey, welcome back, Leafy. How are you, bro?
Hello.
Hello.
My Wi-Fi crashed.
That's okay, bro. That's alright, bro. As long as you're okay, that's what matters, bro.
Nah, he's not
Real.
No, I couldn't res!
Isn't it like a human right to have Wi-Fi now?
It depends on what state you're in.
We're in Penrith.
Oh no, I won't take effect. Sorry about that.
Wait, I'm in Queensland.
Oh really? Nice, bro.
Queensland, does they have rights?
No, they don't normally. No, we're very racist in Queensland.
Wait, what states have rights?
I think Tasmania does.
Nick is actually an African American activist.
Oh, I'm not surprised to be honest, given the name.
Yeah.
I live in Penrith, and like not professionally, but like.
Diva above, diva above.
What's the one word that you learned recently?
Terrorist.
We love that. We love that.
We love terrorists.
You heard it here. No! Alright, no. If we can get closer, we can get closer. Oh. Let's go! Nice! Holy shit, let's go. No, Anna, I'm so sorry, dude.
That's okay.
I need heals.
Wait, where are you? Oh, Doomfist needs healing. Doomfist needs healing. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ, it's Doomfist. No, Jesus Christ! Oh my God! That scared the shit out of me.
Wait, Hook Sniffer.
Yeah, what's up?
Countering me with dash.
Do you watch NRL?
I'm so sorry, I'm not a sports guy. As you can see, I do not like sports. I'm sorry, I find them very boring. I respect it though, with people who are into it and make careers out of it.
Wait. Are you a gambler?
I gambled once. I won $280 at the casino and I went straight home and I never went back ever again.
I play Roobit.
Wait, RuneScape? Nice, dude.
I turned 20
Roobit.
Oh, nice, dude. I think that's why I got two. My mate gave me $20. I'm pretty sure. Oh! The Bob's here. I cannot. I can't res. Oh, no! Oh, let's go. No! Oh, come on. There's no way I got that res. Run. No, Faro! Oh, God.
I think it was one.
No! Oh, that's alright. That's fine. That's okay. That's fine.
GG, guys.
GG, boys. That was actually so stressful, but kind of fun.
Guys,
oh.
GG's. I'm actually surprised we won. That's good.
I can't believe you guys were shitting on Pharaoh. I can't believe you guys were shitting on Pharaoh like that.
Nice. Good shit. Hey, they're a streamer too. What the hell? That's cool. Chugbin's a streamer. That's so cool. Nice. That's so wholesome. That's really wholesome. I like that. That was cool.
I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, see you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go beat my mate.
No worries, dude. No worries, bro. Relatable. I can relate to that. Alright. Should we do another spin wheel? Or are you guys okay with more spin wheels or nah?
Roll that.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
All good. Who am I gonna play now? Oh my god. Please be an okay hero to action hard play. Oh my god, please. I beg you. Oh my god, I'm Hazard. Oh, okay. At least I'm a tank. Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad, I guess. Hey, I got Prism. What can I even get Prism within as well anyway? What can I get with that? Shop, Mythic. I don't have that yet, do I? No, I don't. I got that, but... Man, I'm maxed most of my guns here. Oh no, I haven't. No, okay, that's fine. I would have thought I had that. I would have thought I had this one too. Weird. Do I have this one? Okay, there's like a bunch of actual ones here. Can't believe this skin's $60. God damn it. Alright, not gonna lie, I might head off myself too. I might just do my own thing. Good to play with you guys. Tell the boys that was a good time. It was pretty fun. I hope you guys, good luck to your new games later on, if you guys are playing together. Not gonna lie, I can't feel like playing comp. I don't know why. I feel like playing comp. I'm feeling comp. Feeling a bit of compy. Just feeling a slight bit of compy. I have no idea why. The thing I want to do is I want to add my Baby That Money stuff. Do you remember which one I have already? Oh my god, there's no way. Oh my god, that's so scary. Two. No, so watch later? Shit. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's better, that's better. No, this one here, please. Ah, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. That's better, that's better. No, save to watch later. I keep doing it, send to watch later. Diva, Zar, and Sombra. So playlist. Yep. And boom. Okay. I'll go afterwards, to be honest, with playing all my music here.
I never asked my father his opinion of me.
Ah, shit. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well today.
How would you know?
Trust me, I know.
Hopefully I do okay. Ah. Bruh. Those guys are okay. They're alright. They're very trolly, and that kind of personality of like, I'm not a full-on fan of that, to be honest. I don't know. They're taking a lot of piss out of me, but it'd be like that, unfortunately. Oh, shit! Oh, dude, I was so close, bro. No way, bro. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh my god, what's with my latency? Oh, bro, there's no way, bro. No, what? I missed all of them. Okay. Oh, hello. I'm just gonna go back a bit. Whoa! Good hook. Oh my god. Ah, hello. There's a Reaper above? Oh my god, what a crazy hook that was. Oh my god, no way. Jesus Christ. Why is it so intense? Yeah, I see him. Aha, he. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Going where? Where I'm going? Nice, nice, nice. Good shit, good shit. Lol. What's happening? What's happening? Nice, Reaper. Holy shit, bro. Good job, bro. That was actually a really big ult, actually. That was big. Can I like go around the outside and hook the Roadhog? I think I could actually. Oh, I might be able to. Sorry, fuck, he's gonna get. I got him. Oh my god, I almost got the hook. I almost got the hook on that. Holy shit, bro. No, what the frick? Oh god. No. Oh shit. Nice. Nice. Holy shit. No. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No! Ah, rip. That's alright, that's alright, that's alright, that's alright. We got this, we got this, we got this. I think we got this. What's that noise I'm hearing? Okay. It really leaves this round, that's fine. I reckon we'll be okay. No! Oh, nice. He does what I do. Nice, dude. No! Shit. Ah! Ah! Get around. Get around, boys. I'm being serious. I have no clue. I'm sorry. I mean, Reaper's kind of annoying, but they're kind of working pretty well together. Hee 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 hee. Ah, what the frick? Yay. Yay. Reaper, 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 Reaper. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Die, fucking bitch! Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Oh, sorry. Ah! No. Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Bruh. No, you fucking asshole. Holy shit, bro.
This ends now.
Bruh, no way, bro. Wow. Where did he help from? Wow. I don't understand. Oh, what the frick? Probably gonna win this round, to be honest. No, what? Jesus Christ, okay. Duh. Okay. Okay, buddy. No, come on, no. No, yay. Good shit, boys. This song's kind of pretty good. I like the song. Well, good round, guys. We did well. It's good. Oh shit. Okay, honestly, I reckon we got this in the bag. I reckon we're doing pretty well. So, I think we got this. I think we got this, boys. Yeah. Exactly. Look at the Roadhog over here. So Roadhog's in center with Sojin. Good sleep, what the frick? Good sleep. Watch out. Bye, Hog. No! Ah! Hi, Llama! How are we, Llama? We're doing well, Llama. How are we going, Llama? It might be better if we just communicate like this instead of through text. By the way, I uploaded the 3 episodes of our thing, by the way. Yeah, you were very tired, Llama. You were gone for so long. Honestly, Llama, you have a way harder job than I do, so clearly you definitely... That's okay, don't thank me, bro, it's okay. Oh, you fucking whore! But yeah, I get that. Oh god, they're all here. It's fine though, Llama. It's okay. It's all good, Llama. Oh, come on, can I get anybody? Oh, you fucker! Damn, bro! No! I wasn't KFC coma. Did you have KFC, bro? You little shit! Which one? Did you get the regular? Nice, bro. You know, every time I get KFC, I always go for what you normally get. The supercharged N-word. By the way, everybody left in my stream. I had like a few people here in the stream for a bit, and I guess everybody just left. I think I need to be understanding that people have busy things they gotta do. So I think from now on, if nobody is here, 50, wait about 50, no, a few people. It's fine. No need to say that, bro. It's fine. Who cares? It's okay, bro. No! It's fine, it's fine. Ah! No! I need to do the full screen for that. Damn it, I need to do the full screen for that Tangia, because otherwise there has to be like full screen for that. Dude, there are so many cool things I want people to use with Tangia. GG's, boys. Like I said, we fucking did fantastic to everybody. We did a great job, everybody. We did very well. Cause and get out of here. So good, eh? It's fucking good, eh? Yeah, I love this. It's good, eh? If you go onto the website Tangia, there's a fucking bug on my fucking screen, bro. Oh my god, that was gross. That was gross, bro. Yeah, this is better. My screen's way better. I'm on a better screen. No, it's not that. It's Tangia. Lizard. Oh, Llama. I mean, fuck, I'm so sorry. Wait. That's the reason why I sound fucking terrible. There was 2 microphones attached to it. Lizard. I won the game, by the way. I'm very happy with that. Holy shit. The lizard's very cute. I love the lizard too. The lizard's very, very nice. Hope you're doing well, Amber. Okay. I own the Razer. This one Razer right now because I want to use the Yeti, but Llama, you know what this sounds like the Yeti. The shit clipping sucks. I hate the clipping. That's why it sounds so bad on my thingy itself. Yeah. It sounds good. I'm happy with that. As long as it sounds good, I'm happy with that. I'm going to Queensland tomorrow. I have to wake up at 5 AM. Oh my god, dude. Dude, avoid Brisbane, bro. Please, I beg you. I hope you enjoy yourself down here, Amber. You are? There's no way. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Alright. It should be fine now. I hope the Tangia is okay though. That's my biggest issue. You going to Gold Coast? Oh, I'm so jealous, Amber. Damn, the Gold Coast is so good, Amber. Damn. Alright. Tangia should be fine, but I want to make sure Tangia completely covers the entire screen, which it has, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's Worm's face. That's Worm's face right there. But yeah, I really want people to use Tangia a lot because it's so good. It's a legend. It's a legend. But yeah, once again, Llama, I wanted Yoshi to be a thing. Oh, hang on. I'll repeat that again.
I saw shit.
I made that reverb, by the way. That's actually uploaded on their website, by the way, which is so funny. But yeah, I want Tangia to be a common thing. I try to make everything very, very cheap. My face, it's my face. Yeah, it's a little face. I thought I had a combo going with my thing. Is it not working? I'll have to refresh it. Refresh cliche. Oh, you have to move it around, Llama. You have to like make sure you have to move the actual thing itself in order before you can use it. I think that's how it works. I don't know. I see people positioning things while using Tangia. I've been watching The Amazing Digital Circus. Really, Llama? How good is it, Llama? Afterwards, you should watch Knights of Glevendale. Yeah, Amazing Digital Circus is so good. When I was actually leaving from Sydney, when I was hanging out with you guys, I was actually watching Amazing Digital Circus, actually. Hey boys, how are we? G'day guys, how are we today? Hope we're doing well today. Good luck, have fun everybody. That's okay, Llama, that's fine, Llama.
You too.
Thanks, broski. Thanks, bro. Thanks, broski. Thank you, broski. I had a stroke. I had an actual stroke. Had an actual stroke. Dude, that's good. I can't believe how long you slept for, Llama, too. I've had a good time today with a little Let's Play, secret Let's Play, for people who only donated. Diva, I want to play Diva? I bet. Or ban Roadhog, because funny. You watched Night? Yeah, how good? What'd you think of it, Llama? How good was it, Llama? I've got money. Such a good song this is. Haha. Stop. Hey, buddy. Honey. Where's Tangia? I'll make sure Tangia is full screen. Why can't I see Tangia? Oh yeah, now I can. It sucks because I need more episodes of both. Yes, dude. How good was the whole idea behind the actual what's the word for it? I don't know how to describe it. I want to do that. Yes, it's not a good idea. The whole group watches the latest thing together. Sounds good. Care at all because I want money. Yes. Knights of Glevendale looks really, really good, promising what they're doing. Their pilot episode was incredible. Oh my god, it was so good. And the latest episode of Digital Circus was also really good as well. Fucking Jax? Holy shit. Did you see my reaction, Llama, with watching the Amazing Digital Circus reaction? If you haven't... Oh, dude, I like Jax. Jax is a very interesting character, but I always like Pomni. Pomni is... I feel so bad for her. Yeah, oh yeah. He's barely holding it together. He really is, bro. Dude, not gonna lie, we might actually lose him very soon. I'm the one who makes the suffering and make it into fun. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see what happens though with what's going on. There was people saying that the latest director or the writer saying that the fans are going to be so divided on the 7th episode apparently. People are saying that the 7th episode is going to be really divisive according to the writers, which is quite interesting. I don't know what they're going to be doing, but I reckon I'm going to like regardless. There's there's Genji nearby us, I'm pretty sure. I want to watch season 2 first before I can actually I don't know what the word's called. What's the word called? I want to watch season 2 properly. I want to see if I've seen all of it or not. So yeah, one of your favorite characters, one of the characters will abstract. Is that what they say? Is that an actual thing, Llama? I don't know. I hope not. It's so good. Yeah. Hopefully. I remember in season 2 was the one how the school was the actual play area. Remember that. No. Oh god, damn it. That's a theory of yours? Oh, okay. I got a feeling that, I don't know what could be. I don't know what could be. Oh god. No, come on, please. Oh god. Oh, please. They got you. Ah, damn it. Rip. My bad, boys. I'm not very, good on D.Va. What school? There was no school. Yeah, in season 2, there was like a big school or big massive building with a bunch of people inside of it. And there was like an actual games of some shit. Are you sure stadium? I'm not too sure if it was stadium or not. I'm not too sure. I don't know what you mean by that, bro. No. Oh yeah, it was a tag game. Oh, got you. Yeah, some really cool characters died in that part. Oh, that sucked a lot. I have a theory where people consigns where it'll suck into the game and people aren't actually in the game's their mind, or so that they're testing AI limits. That's a pretty good theory actually, and that makes sense too as well, because I feel like Zubul is testing the AI with Kang, because Zubul has sometimes been messing up with Kang's AI and really being crazy with Kang, almost make him break. Like him also losing the ability to like being so bad. Yo, I got person. No, why'd you do that? Imagine if Kane abstracts. If Kane abstract, okay. My theory is the ending of the whole series, Kane abstracts after they officially learn what's going on, and that's how they escape, is when Kane abstracts. Because if Kane abstracts, the human players get kicked out of the server of the actual game they're in, or TV show. And that's how I feel. It was one of the giant buildings, and there was a guy with a gun. Yes! I remember that, yes. There was a guy with like tattoos apparently as well. Get around, boys. Can I be Roadhog again? Amber, please. I was D.Va because you told me to be D.Va. Or Kane becomes sentient, like his AI limits break and he gains authority. It's Hamanoli. Yeah, I can see that too actually. Yeah, I can see that too. Go Junk Queen? Alright, bet. I like Junk Queen, she's fun. She's one of the only things I don't mind with Junk Queen. Huntress. Let's be Huntress. Why Throne says what I say it is. She's very, very fun. She's actually a hero I want to get better at. I don't know, her, Roadhog, and Junkrat are like one of the players I actually do like playing. You got Plat with her? Holy shit. You want Silver every roll? That's still good though. Good shit, Amber. I really wish there was a toggle for Jungle Queen's weapon, how she can fiddle around with a knife. Like what Cassidy can do with his gun. Alright. Hopefully we don't die. But yeah, I can see what you mean though, Llama, when it comes to Kane actually getting the ability of becoming self-aware and Satanist. Oh, holy shit. Oh god. Ah. Oh god. Damn, so close, bro. Bubble's my favorite. Oh, I had a feeling that would be a fair character. Poor Bubbles in the last episode, the camera person. I was genuinely so shocked when King and Ragatha had that heart-touching moment, and it was like, yeah, it was documented, yeah, it was live streamed, good for the community, you know. I was so shocked when they did that. I was like, that's so fucking dog. Blah. GG boys, we played well. GG's. Oh, nice. Ramatra is yum. Oh, Ragatha. I thought you said Ramatra. So sorry. Oh my god. I thought you said Ramatra. Do I do a spin wheel for what you call it? Yeah, Ragatha. Oh my god, Ragatha. Her actual origin story of her having like a rich life and her mum was basically abusing her. So sad. Ragatha's really cool. Alright everybody, what is everyone's favorite amazing digital circus character? Lingang Kawa. I love that place. The song's so nice. I like the song. Let's be hog this time. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the next episode of Amazing Digital Circus. But I'm very fascinated by Knights. Oh, you want me to play Hazard? Oh, too late. I'm sorry, Amber. I'm gonna change afterwards. It's fine. I can change afterwards. It's fine. Hazard's gonna be so hard to play because I'm playing comp and I kind of want to win. Might pass out again. Have a good night. No worries, Llama. Have a good night, Llama. Thanks for coming back here, Llama. I appreciate it, Llama. Very, very nice. Have a good one. Bye, Llama. Good talking to you, Llama. We'll keep playing games throughout the weekend, okay, Llama? We'll keep playing more Escape the Backrooms and I Am Not Human. Cog, I'm excited for the next episode. Yeah, bro. 100%, bro. 100%. Bye-bye. Hazard. Mob stuff. Ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. Ding, 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 ding. I'm going to experiment with this character. If it doesn't work, I'll change back to Roadhog.
Do you think we shouldn't fight back? I think we need to start fighting smarter.
I'm surprised you came back, Amber. Thanks for coming back here, bro, on the stream, bro. Appreciate it, bro. Hope you're having a good night so far, dude. Oh, wee! Alright. Hopefully this works, hopefully. Oh. Oh god. Ah, Jesus Christ. How do I do this? Holy shit, I don't know. You love Overwatch. I could definitely tell by how you're saying that. You can definitely tell, Amber. I don't know. I think the microphone's okay. Oh, watching? I don't know how to play this character. Oh no. Oh, I did a complete opposite. Oh, Zim! Hey Zim, how are you, Zim? Holy shit, bro. Welcome to the stream, bro. Hope you're doing well, Zim. Holy moly. Hope you're doing well, Zim. What's been going on, bro? How are you, man? I'm sorry, I've not been listening to much K-pop lately. If you talk to Amber, Amber loves K-pop. He just woke up? Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Amber loves K-pop. I don't know how to play this character. I don't know how he works. I'm sorry to say. Really? Yeah, sure. I thought you liked K-pop, Amber. I don't know. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know. You gave the impression that you like K-pop. Oh god. How do I play this character? Ah, thank you. You like metal? Oh, who's your favorite band right now, Amber? Ads, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Amber. I'm pretty sure you're watching the ads, Amber, regardless, bro. Good round, bro. Good round. We did well. What's your favorite band, Amber, of metal? What time's it for you right now, Zim? I feel it's a bit too concentrated on the game this ups, in my opinion. Okay, okay, buddy. Okay, a bit too much water there. Okay. I'm a bit keen for next week. You like Poppy? Is that Zom's bird? Pretty sure it's Zom's bird. I don't know, Poppy's a screamer. Ah, I'm sorry. Can I change, please, Amber? I don't like Hazard, bro. I'm the someone Zom's a test dad. I'm the Diva. Okay. I don't know how to really play Diva much either. Oh my god. Diva. Orisa? I don't know how to play Orisa either, bro. I don't know how to play Orisa either. I'm sorry, dude. They're like one of the only characters that I don't really know how to play properly. Yay, I beat them. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Do you have over $1,000 a game? How do you not? Because they're just not fun. I honestly played so many different characters, but they're just not fun. They're just not enjoyable to play. I just don't enjoy playing them. I don't have enough time to play them because I find it how I want to play the game with characters I like playing and enjoy playing, not characters that I don't like playing. So why would I learn them? Sometimes, yeah. I have like an alt account called Mercy Sniffer. Actually, no, I actually have an alt account called Mercy Sniffer. Oh god, oh god. Oh my god. Oh god. No! Uh-oh. Oh god. If I killed him, that would've been so funny. Oh my god. Imagine I killed the Hazard. That'd be so funny if I did. Yeah, good shit, we got it. Nice, good job. No. Yay! Come on, come on. Ah, shit! No, 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 no. Yeah, that's alright. Oh god, oh god. I need to back off, need to back off. Nah, I can't do much there. GG's. That's alright. GG's. GG's, boys. Well played. Yeah, they were definitely not in my rank. They were playing very differently. Oh, so close. You should play Mercy in comp. Are you sure about that? Cancel. Cancel. Thank you. Alright, play Mercy in comp. Alright. Love the stream. Hey, thank you, Supreme Fork. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate being here. My name's Hook Sniffer. I play Roadhog. I'm feeling silly tonight. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, bro. Supreme Fork. I love it. Were you in my game, I'm guessing? I'm guessing you're in my game? Who are you playing as, bro? If you're on the enemy team, I'm pretty sure you guys are a bit higher ranked than I am. Because you guys played very differently from my teammates were. I'm not playing Mercy. Because Amber told me to. You're, what the hell is that? What? Who's that? I'm gonna try and go back now and see who that name was. Oh, I got loot box. I'm not even surprised. Like, rankings in this game mean nothing to me. It's just words. I'm sorry. I can't be bothered to think that's impressive or not. The fact you're in my game, it's just, I don't know. It's so shitty how the rankings like that. Well, at least you got your free win, though. I'm happy with that. If I help somebody out, that's fine. I don't really care. Last game, you were Kev Stickick. Oh, you're the Hazard. Oh, bro. Oh my god. The reason why I was Hazard before, because Amber told me to be Hazard. That's cool, bro. That's cool, bro. Who can I be? There we go. Yeah, where do I go? Yeah, you did. Bro, you literally said Hazard. I literally saw you saying Hazard at the very, very top. I can take it right now. Right there, Hazard. You literally said that. Yes. No, you literally said Hazard. That's literally what you said. You said Hazard, you bitch. Shut up. You said Hazard. I kid you not, bro. You said Hazard. Yeah, I was telling you what the enemy tank was going to go. No, I didn't. No, I never asked you that question. I'm being serious. I don't want this, bro. I don't want this full fucking bullshit on my fucking thing. Remove from playlist. Fuck that. Next song. I'm not gonna lie. I might take ages to get a comp game when it comes to playing Mercy. It might be a long time, I reckon. Well, can we play a game like while we're like waiting, I guess? I don't know. I feel like we could. I don't know what to do. We can watch like a video or something like that. I mean, I'm actually quite curious about the latest trailer for the It trailer, the It TV show. They released a trailer for it recently. You should listen to that. Wait. You should listen. They're All Around Us by Poppy. That's my favorite song by her. Oh, cool. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Give me 1 second. Is it copyrighted? This song is sick. I'm gonna be real. I was not expecting this song to hit so fucking good. I subscribe to their YouTube. Holy shit. I'm so shocked. I am lost for words at how good this song is. This reminds me of Falling in Reverse. Kind of. It's like a mixture. Good luck. I'm sorry, guys. Good luck to you. We got Roadhog One Trick as a mercy. I'm so sorry, guys.
Also, I'm sorry to accidentally queued for healer.
I'm so sorry, man. Are you normally a DPS or a tank? Wait, he has a seat? Wait, this guy can sit down? That's so cool. What the hell? That's so cool. That's actually fucking cool. What the hell? Hope you're doing well, by the way, bro. Hope you're doing well. Soul King left a voice chat. I'm so sorry. Is Soul King a Brook reference from One Piece?
No. But like, we might be cooked, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, only with that attitude, we're gonna be cooked.
Oh no.
With that attitude. Dude, what the hell? I've got lag. What the hell? I'm lagging hard, bro. Okay, that was my bad. I got a latency spike badly. Okay, I'm on my way back now. No, come on, bro. I got you back, bro. Come on. How do they let me get that? How? Don't worry, I died straight away.
I love bronze, bro.
Dude, I grew up with bronze, bro. It's so silly. Soul King, no. Dude, have you? Dude, no. By the way, have you heard of a band called what was it called? Holy shit! I'm so sorry. Poppy? Have you heard that band called Poppy?
No.
It's a crazy heavy metal band that has like crazy music in it that somebody recommended to me, and it's actually really cool. If you like heavy metal, I recommend it.
Alright.
It's actually crazy. I recommend They're All Around Us as your first introduction for the actual song.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I get that.
I'm low-key going through it right now.
Oh my god, I feel that, bro. I'm playing Mercy right now. Don't worry, bro. Wait,
Bro, I'm playing Overwatch right now. Like...
That's fine, bro. I got you, bro. It's fine, bro. I'm on my way back now.
Oh.
Oh my god, this song's sick too. What the hell? Soldier, if you died close, I could have went up to you, Soldier. I'm so sorry. Oh shit, come on. We gotta save the hazard. Go, die. No, hazard, please. Oh god. Oh, okay, that was kind of silly. No worries. Bye bye.
Are you on dying sim right now?
This is. I play like a legit like DPS. I'm sorry. Yes, this is the way out. Yes, it is. This is actually. Yes, it is. It is a new way out. It is actually. Yes.
I don't know. Somehow we're pushing.
I'm not right. I'm actually really happy with that. Actually. Oh, Salt King, no. This song is crazy. No, if I go up to you, I'll be able to res you. No, no. Oh, come on, bro. Ah, fuck this. Fuck this. Dude, okay. Oh my god.
Maybe like
It's
die
fine.
or something.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
Just a
fine.
word of advice.
Wait, is this me or somebody else? I'm sorry.
Literally everyone.
Sorry to hear that. Die. Yes, we got.
Give me heals, please heal me.
Where are you?
please.
Where are you? Oh,
It's
thank you. Hasn't. Die. Okay, we can push. Nice. No, soldier, please. Ah, come on. There we go. Nice. At least we're pushing, which is good. You're okay. More ulting. They have D.Va over there. Okay, she's back in the car. Oh no! Bro, I'm so sorry, dude. I can't hear like. Ah, no, fucking Jesus Christ. Oh
I
god.
slapped her. Oh my god.
Did you really? That's actually fucking good,
Yeah.
bro. Actually, that's actually hard to do that.
I'm the goat.
I died. Who cares you're in bronze, bro? It's a video game. Have fun. Who cares you're in rankings? Just play the game. It's okay.
I thought I nearly fell off in it.
If I could be able to get the soldier. Oh god, there's a fire here. Fire. Thank you.
Sorry, no longer.
Ah. Nice. Come on. Die.
There's a Mercy back here, bro.
Where's Mercy?
Like, what is she doing?
She's dead. Yeah.
Okay, me.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Fire.
Like, I'm trying to get her, but my aim is really dog shit.
It's only dog shit if you think it's dog shit. It's okay. You actually got her? Fucking good job. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Holy shit, bro.
You know
Good
what?
job.
It's like as effective as closing my eyes and like randomly moving my
I hope
mouse
for the
around,
best. Yeah, be like that. Oh, I knew it. It's okay. I based it. Soldier, please, soldier. It's alright. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Holy shit, everyone's dead. Good sleep, what the frick? Oh no. Okay, that's alright. No, soldier.
Right.
That's alright, it's okay. We got a good push, it's fine. That's okay. No! Oh god! Sorry. No! Can they stop doing that, please? Holy shit.
Can you hear me?
What, sorry, what? Oh, where are you? What? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I locked in. I'm so sorry.
Hello?
Oh shit! You have Moira here. I don't know that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I slept her and then I watched her sleep because I don't even know what was going on.
Oh my god, that's funny as hell. What ranking do you normally play? Since you're you're not familiar with bronze that much.
Yeah. Bronze.
Yeah, okay, sorry. It made it sound like you're in a higher rank, and you're like, oh, I'm not used to bronze. It's so silly. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to assume. I'm so sorry.
This is typical bronze activities.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It's so silly.
I'm so sorry. Nice, good shit, Soul King.
Yeah.
Far behind you guys.
It's okay. I'll get out of it one day.
That's alright. As long as you're having fun, that's okay. got the... No, fire. They're like almost dead. Good shit, they're being silly. Nice. They're being silly. They C9'd. The fact I got 4,000 healing is actually so funny.
Yeah, right. Up your game, pal.
Yeah, I'm really sorry that you're having more like healing. You have to do more job than I would. I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I need the stress.
What do you mean shook? Hello? What do you mean by that?
You're yapping too much, bro.
I'm sorry. I've been drinking too much Gamer Sups.
Don't know. What flavor?
We all know who you are. Oh, it's Bauer. Bauer? No, Bauer? No, what the fuck is she called? No, it's... Shit, what's it called? Fuck.
What?
I'm trying to figure out what it's called. It's Bao the Whale's flavor. Fat berry inflation. Bao the Whale.
What?
Yeah, that's the actual flavor. There's a meme of her VTuber model, how she's like a fat inflation. That's an actual thing.
What the hell are you drinking, bro?
It's like berry something, I'm pretty sure. Like berry something. I don't know. Honestly don't know. I'll damage boost you. While also healing the soldier.
That's only good if I actually manage to land my shots.
I believe you, bro. I believe you. Oh, fire! Jesus Christ, bro. No! Oh, no.
I managed to sleep out from all the way over there.
Holy shit, what the frick?
Doing?
That's actually cool. Good shit, bro. Holy shit, bro.
I put the sleeper aim, bro. What?
Oh my god. Good shit, bro.
And now we leave because we...
Yeah. There we go.
And then
Shuffle,
I
please.
try and snipe Zara because I'm the goat. But
You got this. If I can shoot them, maybe? No, I'm not getting any shots. No! No! Hook, how are you still playing Overwatch? I question myself that every day. No! What? Where are you? I don't really see it that way. I'm just playing the game because I'm having fun playing the game. And if I get over it, I just stop playing the game.
I don't know, Overwatch is like that one relationship where you get love bombed and then you just feel like shit after.
I haven't felt that in a long time with Overwatch. I guess it's like, I feel like it's just a video game. It's not gonna like make me lose my job or lose my house if I lose one game. It's just a game, so I'm just playing it. Hazard.
Honestly. I don't.
Overwatch is Hook's true love. Shut up, Ikibo. It's not. No! Ah, shit! This, oh my god, silly Pharaoh. There you go. No! No, yeah. Oh god. No. Oh my god. I was not meant to be there.
Go to sleep.
Nice.
Except I died straight after, so it didn't even matter.
You slept forever. I'm not answering that, Ikibo.
I did. Oh my god. Our team was like fighting for their lives and we're just like...
But it's fine though. I'm having fun. Ah! Fuck! Fire! Why the aim okay? Why is the aim okay?
That's probably good at ult soon.
They probably will, to be honest, yeah. Oh! No! Fuck! Ah! Oh, God, 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 God.
Sleep or something.
There we go, there we go. Ah! Hehehe. No! Oh, no! No! Oh, bro.
What did I say, bro?
Have you seen the season 3 is coming soon? I haven't seen Jujutsu no Kaisen fully. Sorry to say, bro, I haven't really invested fully in Jujutsu no
My
Kaisen.
sleep accuracy is like 56%. That's not even bad.
Nah.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to res the tank. I was trying to res. I was trying to res the tank. I'm sorry, dude. I know it's like a movie.
Not like that, bro.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you can't do it like that.
Alright.
You kind of gotta be alive to like res someone. Just saying.
Ah, true. My bad. Ah, fuck. No, yeah, I know. That's really good. I just haven't got really around to it properly. GG's.
Maybe I shouldn't be playing Honor.
Fuck. Okay, I'm so sorry. I thought we lost.
Oh my god.
We play well. We play well. Maybe not Mercy. Should I not be Mercy? Should I be like Honor or something like that, or Brigitte? I don't really know.
Play like Moira.
Moira, I have no clue how to play Moira.
She's so easy, like literally just hold left click and then right click and then you win the game.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll take your word for it. I have no clue how this shit works, Moira. Literature? What? What? You're so lost. Is that how you say that? Literature. Literature. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Ah, fuck.
I'm already getting like
hang on.
You know?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
There's a little McCree poking his little McCree head out of the building.
It'd be like that. Shift? Oh, okay.
There's a soldier running around and then dying.
Yeah, I saw that too, yeah. Ah, okay, I should not have done that. Oh! Fire. Bruh. Oh my god. I was stuck in the corner. Come on. Diva. Fuck! Oh my god, I got flashbanged. Oh my god. Cassidy ulting?
Yeah.
Oh, rip. So sorry.
I'm going through it.
GG's, boys. What the fuck? Okay. Well, how is it another round? Okay, what? I keep thinking we're gonna lose. That's so funny. Okay, I don't think Moira is working. I don't know what Moira is working with Moira. I have no clue who to play. Should I ask the enemy team?
Let her. You know, see how this goes.
I mean, I was doing okay as Mercy, but I don't know,
I don't know about that.
Like, I don't know who else to be, though. I honestly have no clue to be. Baptiste,
Anyone but
get
Light
base.
Weaver.
That okay.
You can do that.
Okay. I need to remember he can jump really high. That's my issue.
Why is that an issue?
Because I keep forgetting he has that ability because I don't play support.
Me neither.
Rip.
I've never played Baptiste in my life, I think.
He's pretty broken when he's used right. Oh, bruh.
Like, help me or something. Help me.
Oh, there's a fire behind? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there's a fire. I'm so sorry, dude. GG's, boys. Ah, damn. Sorry for the loss, bro.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, I stream. Sorry, dude. I got told to play Mercy. I always do it. I don't care. You're on TV. Oh my god. Oh, Chubby Boy Che. Thanks for the follow, bro. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, bro. What the fuck? Group Rangers join the group. Okay, I've got an invite apparently. Hello. GGL's Cass. Hello. We're playing games. Hello. I don't know who you are, but I'm being serious. I want to play tank, please. I hate support and DPS. I'm so sorry. Hello, Ether.
No, but okay, let me play one game of tank.
Okay, alright. I'll play as DPS.
I'm legendary, bro. I'm legendary.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What's legendary? I don't know what that means. You're Farah? You're a cunt as Farah, bro. Sorry, boy, Che, you're a cunt as Farah. You keep going behind us, bro. You're such a fuckhead. You're such an asshole. This is my gamer subs, by the way, in case people are wondering. I've been drinking this. That's my gamer subs. It's my gamer subs. That's it right there. I've been drinking that. You comp band though? I wonder why you comp band. You've been playing Farah, that's why. The Farah wants to join us, by the way. You want the Farah to join us, or?
Sure.
Yeah, go. Let's cancel. Alright, join us, bro. You need to join Discord. I am not. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. Sorry. I'm a bit sus on Discord. Let's part of this Overwatch for the time being, and Discord maybe later on. Sorry, bro. As long as you can hear us communicate, that's what matters, I guess. So, that's my thing. So, yeah, join us like that. I'm always waiting for old mate to join.
Yeah.
Alright, there we go. Che, there, and Foreskin asks to join as well. There we go. I can't hear anyone. Think I'll try? What do you mean? Wait, really? You can't hear anybody? What? Really? Huh? Can they hear us? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. You haven't played game in years? Hello. They haven't played game in years? You haven't played in years? Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. The way you're playing, it's hard to believe. I'm sorry. It's hard to believe. I'm just gonna say that. It's hard to believe. It's just how you're playing. Nah, I can't hear. I'm banned. Sorry. You'll still try? That's fine. As long as you try your best. That's all that matters. You're an Apex player?
I followed you on Twitch.
What?
Me?
Thank you. Thank you, Duck. Thank you, Duck. I appreciate it. You didn't have to follow me, but I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. You didn't have to. I don't consider followers a big thing. As long as people are having a good time on my stream, hanging out, talking shit, that's all I really care about. I do appreciate it, though.
To be fair, I don't even use Twitch.
I don't recommend it. It's a garbage platform. Never go on it. I do want to play Apex Legends, though.
Apex.
I like playing Apex. It's fun. Silly game.
It's even worse than Overwatch. I've over like 2,000 hours.
Holy shit! On Apex? Who's your main on Apex?
I rotted on that game.
Oh my! I played Xbox.
I played, like Pathfinder, Wraith, and like,
Pathfinder's good. Hey, Chels, how are you, Chels? Hello, Chels. How are you, Chels? Yeah, Pathfinder's fine. I like Pathfinder. You're a former 60, no, hashtag 60 and former number 1, Elastic. You also have time. Dude, what you're speaking in Japanese. I don't know what that means, but good for you. I'm sorry. Like, that's cool. If you're having fun in the game, that's what matters. I'm doing well, Chels. I'm doing very well, Chels. I'm going to PAX with Big Audio Worm in a couple of weeks' time. And there might be a chance I may not be able to wear my pink maid outfit because that doesn't fit me because I'm fat. So I might be a particular different character. Maybe. We'll see how we go. The song slaps. What the fuck? The song's really good. Apex has a ranked system. Oh, once again, that's great. I was looking forward to pink.
I never touched Apex ranked.
I don't really care about rank, to be honest. It's just a game at the end of the day. If you're having fun, that's what matters. It's like being number 30. That's cool. That's alright.
Oh, quick play warriors here.
Oh no, that's the thing. I don't like quick play because I think quick play is sweaty. I prefer playing comp. I think comp is more chill than quick play. I don't know why. I think because the ranking system is more expanded. That's probably the reason why. I don't know. Just how I feel about Overwatch. I feel Overwatch has a better system when it comes to fairness in ranks because quick play is more sweaty because more people are likely to be gold or silver while you're in bronze. So it's a bit more unfair advantage. I don't know. That's how I feel about that kind of thing. Next song. Oh, fuck yeah. We got DMCA, Devil Trigger, Game Editor, Devil May Cry. Fuck yeah. I love that. Wait a minute. What the hell? Sneak peek at my new track I got going. For those who don't know, this is what I do outside my band. Also, I'm a band for those. What the fuck? I just found that my workmate makes music. That is so cool. You just can't believe PAX around the corner. It comes around really quickly. It does, bro. It does.
Vote for Route 66.
Dude, I'm reading
Please.
I'm reading that. I'm dyslexic. I'm reading that as Route 69.
I suck at Circuit Real. I'm so bad at it.
Dude, it's such an awkward map too. It's fair. I'm not here to flex. I'm just trying to help you believe I haven't played in years. Oh, that's fine, bro. You don't need to like help me understand. As long as you're playing the game, you're having fun, that's perfectly fine, bro. Alright, who do I play when it comes to DPS? Who do I play? Oh, too late. Too late.
Dive with me or something.
Who's a dive in DPS?
Okay. Ban Roadhog if you know what's good for
Yes, okay. I don't think Roadhog's hard against Winston. I think I sometimes have issues with Winston sometimes when playing Roadhog.
No, I hate like D.Va's the worst, but like no one can play D.Va in bronze, so it's okay.
I don't know. I know a pretty good streamer who's a very good D.Va person named Danny Kenny. She's very good at D.Va.
But are they in bronze?
I think they're top 500. I'm pretty sure. I think they're like
Yeah.
350.
No, in bronze, no one knows how to play, so
It'd be like that, unfortunately.
it's fine. I could get away with it.
True. So who is a dive in DPS? Is Ash a dive or is it
Genji?
I don't know how to play Genji. She's banned. You're the one who
Reaper,
got
play
banned.
Reaper.
I'll play Reaper. Alright, should we go get team chat and hear some degenerates talk?
Yeah.
This song is so good, what the frick? Hey guys, how are we going today? My name's Hook Sniffer and I like playing Roadhog.
Hey man.
Hey man, how I was expecting everyone to be on this call. How are you, dude?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic today. I'm doing absolutely sensational today.
Well, that's what we'd love to hear.
Yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I'm gonna try not to play.
Yeah, please don't say any slurs, Winston, please. I'm playing you last game. You're saying a bunch of fucking slurs. I'm surprised you've been banned yet.
I'm not surprised, it's a monkey. It's all
What the fuck do you mean by that, bro? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean that they're a monkey? They're trying to be saying slurs because they're a monkey. Alright, Faro. Huge favour. Can you stop dying, please? I'm kidding. I love you. Did you know they're top 50 player in Apex Legends? Oh my god. Yeah, that's the Faro. The person who's playing Faro. They're like top 50 in the OHS.
Oh, damn, for real?
Yeah.
Our monkey's gonna die.
Because he's a monkey? Because he's a monkey? Okay, buddy. Holy shit.
Monkey.
Somebody
monkey,
chill.
Run, run, monkey. Run. Run towards us, monkey.
But there's no healers towards you, like.
Yeah, you can't be sussy right there. I don't know, way, buddy. There's a, well, how you say that name? XXX Andor. Dude, not gonna lie, I watched Andor, the Star Wars series. I thought it was gonna be a pile of shit show, but man, season 2 slapped. It was like such a good series. Holy shit. Yeah. We got this, we got this, we got this. I'm playing Devil May Cry music right now. Devil Trigger, the game edit, and it's such a good song. Good beats to it. We got this, we got this, we got this.
Let's go, team. I like the positivity.
I'm gonna kill myself after this game.
Love that.
There's a Zai.
Ready to jump me, like.
Ah, no. Yeah, they actually don't like you. I'm so sorry to see that, bro.
Yeah, it's very upsetting.
It'd be like that, I'm sorry to say. Oh god! Jesus Christ, bro! They're all ready for me.
I don't think that was the best choice.
I don't play Reaper, I'm sorry, dude. I got told to play Reaper.
It's okay, man. As long as you're trying, that's all that matters.
It's a...
I beg your pardon, sorry? Who's talking, sorry?
I said you do your thing, baby boy.
I'm trying my best, that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying my best. Sleep! This fucking whore. Bro. Can this bitch... Oh my god. Oh my god.
We kill Zarya, monkey.
It depends.
His business healers on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have gotten away with that, honestly.
If it wasn't for those meddling kids and that stupid dog.
Yeah, I might die because I'm being stupid.
Melon, no!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I got stuck.
That's okay, that's fine. We should probably regroup.
Yeah, we just need to...
Let's regroup.
Come back, bro. Alright, come back.
Monkey's not feeling it today.
No, I think Monkey's not the problem.
I think it's Winston who's not doing the good job, I don't think. So it's not you, bro. It's not you, bro.
Okay.
It's just that Winston.
I think you should focus more on the back lines than the front lines, you know?
Is Reaper a dive tank by any chance?
No, Reaper's not a dive tank.
What the fuck? Someone told me that Reaper was a dive DPS.
I mean, he's a rush, right?
He's a what, sorry?
Which is like the same thing. Rush.
I thought Zayed was
So it's
Russian.
like the same thing.
No, Zarya's not a rush.
But she's Russian.
He was diving.
Okay, I'm gonna try and flank someone from behind. Listen, Baby No Money right now. Love Baby No Money.
I don't really like him. I don't know why.
That's fine, bro. Maybe not do that. Maybe not do that. I should have teleported upwards. Honor above. Honor above.
Zarya on you, monkey. Okay, we kill Zarya now. We kill Zarya. Come on,
we got this go.
I've already dived into the back line. Oh
god, watch out for soldier, please, guys.
Monkey, we kill Zarya.
Nice,
Monkey,
nice.
Gillia.
Oh, are we okay? Are we okay? Okay. Nice. We got this. Easy. I'm gonna go above just in case. No! Woo! Bye. Oh my god, I got obliterated! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Holy shit, I got obliterated. I'm so sorry, that was kind of my bad, to be honest. If we can keep holding this, it's pretty much a good round. That's pretty good. Soldier, why are you moving around, Soldier? Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ.
Monkey behind you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm dead, sorry. Good Kiri.
Oh my god. I'm
Nice.
fucking crazy!
Holy
Sorry.
shit, good job, bro. Nice, bro. Good shit, man. Nice, dude.
Monkey!
Good job, bro. They keep holding him off. That's a good round for us. Good advantage, too. Oh, we got Reaper.
Come back.
Reaper behind.
Oh, Zarya's won. She's won. Oh my god.
Reaper.
Ah, yay!
Nice, I see 9. Good shit.
job.
Nice.
Good job, Monkey.
Good
job.
shit, boys. Nice. That actually helped us out a lot. That was good. But I'm pretty sure the Reaper did most of the damage. I'm just going to be saying that. Sorry, guys. I don't really think that Monkey did a lot.
I mean, one of the healers did
Oh, wow. Damn.
Maybe you can switch Reaper now. You can check.
You're the one who told me Reaper. You're the one who said Reaper. I'm just going to say that to you.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't know how to play it.
Your back hurts, Chubby Boy. I'm sorry your back hurts. You're the one who's carrying the game, Chubby Boy. Shut the fuck up, bro. Winston's doing a lot right now. Who shot B, by the way? Who shot B?
Maybe you play Genji. I feel like Genji would be a good choice with Monkey.
Dude, I'm a hog one trick. I don't know the mechanics or any detail on Genji. How the fuck?
Don't play Genji. It's so hard to play if you don't know.
You can't play.
Pray and hope. That's it. Just pray and hope.
Reaper's like the easiest.
Are you sure about that? Our healer got more damage than I did. Are you sure about that, bro?
You just don't engage if you don't have Wraith, and then you.
Shut up, Melon. Shut the fuck up, Melon. Fuck off, Melon. I'm sorry, Melon. I'm sorry. You keep don't you think? Point out the obvious. Point out the obvious thing. If you think Reaper's okay, I could try then Genji, and if Genji does not work, I can just see how I go. Wait, isn't Zarya my counter? Because she has no bullets?
Yeah, but you're diving with Monkey.
It's okay. I'm playing Winton.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, don't push when Bastion's in his turret. Wait until he.
I'm gonna be real. I did not know they had Bastion.
Did you not have deflect?
I don't know. I don't know how Genji works.
If you get shot at, use your deflect. That's about it.
There's a Genji, but I mean Reaper. Why am I playing DPS? There's a Bastion
Do the thing.
What?
Bastion,
Reaper.
I'm waiting for him to do the thing, and then I'm gonna jump him.
Reaper. Reaper's chasing me.
I think it's time to get off Genji now. No more ninja for you.
What makes you say that? Well, I wonder why you're saying that, bro. I wonder why. It's like somebody told me to go Genji.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
I thought you had some hidden talent.
Dude, I'm autistic, bro. No one has hidden talent. That's an actual. That's a mythic. That's a mythic. No autistic people have actual hidden talent. That's a mythic. There's no such thing as that. I can say that much, bro. No, they don't, bro. They're a mistake to society, bro. I can tell because I'm a
Go
fucking
on.
mistake. Bro.
I don't know.
Ana.
We kill Zarya.
Where's Aya?
Over here.
Nice.
Nice.
I got double dash. Holy shit, okay.
You get dash each time you.
Oh, I tried deflecting Bastion's ult. So maybe not Genji. So who do I play if that's not Genji?
I'm waiting for you, Reaper. Killing monkey. Wait, that's me.
Do I be?
Good job, monkey. Good
Oh
job.
shit! Wait, why can't I change? Switch spawns. Okay.
You need to switch.
Who do I play? I don't know.
Play someone that counters Zarya.
I don't know who counters Zarya.
Reaper.
Back to Reaper.
Sombra. I don't know.
Sombra. Okay.
Hey, good
I can't be Sombra. Excuse me.
wait, you
You
can't play
asked me.
Sombra.
You asked me to vote for ban her, bro. You asked me to do that, bro.
Yeah. I didn't do that.
You did, bro. You did, bro. I fucking.
No, I didn't.
I fucking.
No, I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth.
Somebody clip what she said. Somebody clip it. Somebody clip what she said.
Chat, clip it. Monkey, come back.
I'm coming. I'm ulting him. It's fine. I've got a Vigilian health.
That's a lot of health, actually, for Jillian.
Vigilian.
We
yeah,
might
that's a good
actually
number.
win this. We're going to be very, very good.
I'm just the goat.
Oh! Bastion! Ah!
Because of Zarya.
Nice! Nice fire. GG's, they see 9. They see 9. GG, we all play. We all play well.
Look, the monkey is goated. I'm not gonna lie.
No, bro, I'm the god of this game.
No, it's actually It's actually Faro. Faro is a soul. Faro is the fucking no. Is that Soldier? Soldier. I couldn't act.
We went 24 and 2.
Oh my-
24 and 2.
Did he actually? What? Really?
Yeah. Cause I'm the fucking goat, bro. I'm the goat of Winston.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Captain Thing. I kid you not. I thought you were talking about the Moira, but you're talking about yourself. I was agreeing with you.
No, I'm talking
'cause
about myself,
I
obviously.
no, I literally thought you were saying about the Moira, not yourself. I didn't notice you had that many fucking kills. Me on
I'm
Monkey is crazy. Yeah, Monkey's good, eh?
Yeah.
Monkey's good.
Look, you keep me a monkey, I can carry you all the way to the Grandmasters.
Is it normal for me to say I don't care about ranking? I just want to have fun playing the game. And that's me playing tank. I don't like DPS. They suck. They're so boring. Like, this is not enjoyable to play. I'm sorry, bro.
Alright, we can alternate between.
We can take turns. We can do like one game each.
Yeah. Alright.
Easy. By the way, I don't want to keep you guys up. By the way, if you guys want to fuck off afterwards, I don't mind.
That's alright.
It's okay.
I don't have work tomorrow.
Nice, dude. Same. Yeah. Alright. Not gonna lie. Where are we gonna go? We're gonna go Midtown?
Lizard World.
Lizard World? Okay.
Midtown's mid.
Haha. Just because you said that.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, so hoping for it to be Midtown as a fucking. I was so hoping for it. Yeah, same. G'day, boys. How are we today?
Mercy.
Surely. Hey, guys. I'm not a fan of these heroes. So please ban Mercy, please. I'm just not a fan of the hero.
Okay, buddy.
I'm just not.
Alright.
I'm just not a fan of it. Sorry. Surely Sombra and Widow. Not a fan of it.
So, like, surely Farah could just blow Widow up, right?
I mean, have you seen Pharah get blown by Widow?
What?
What? Oh shit! I know Stingray. What? What? Why?
When I play Winston, people vote to ban Widow, and it's like, whenever I see a Widow in the game, I just make it so she can't play. Like, it's that simple.
That's actually funny as fuck, actually.
Like, I'm just beeline towards it every time I see her. Like,
Do you like this hard focus her, I'm guessing?
yeah, they get so mad.
It makes sense
And I'm
because
just
it's so hard to kill when you're Widowmaker, yeah. My Pharah getting hated on. I'm sorry, dude. Your Pharah play is actually really good, though.
Also, not really good at Mercy, but like,
Who cares? Just have fun.
I haven't
Enjoy
played
the
Mercy in
game.
like a year.
That's fine, bro. Just try your best. That's what matters, bro.
I just know like the blue one is good, so I'll do it as often as possible.
The blue one? What do you got the blue one?
The blue one.
Are you talking about Avatar by James Cameron? Are you promoting Fire and Ash, the third Avatar installment by James
No, I'm
Cameron?
talking about the Smurfs.
Oh. I can't be associated with you, so I'm going to report your account. They got Junkrat, they got a Randy Ram. Kyria up there too as well. I'm going to go with Genji.
I have to like help other people too.
I mean, you don't have to.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just gonna pocket Pharah the whole game. And
Honestly,
let everyone
based.
else die.
Like 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. That's left, right, go. Oh, so close on Genji. Gengu.
Come back, Pharah.
Pharah, please don't throw. Please, Pharah.
Oh. I'm throwing. I'm throwing for her.
Good job, bro. Proud of you. Oh, I'm lagging so badly.
You're welcome.
What the fuck? I'm lagging so much, bro. What the fuck? Are you guys in New Zealand or something? Because I'm lagging sometimes. What the frick?
I'm in Australia.
Doesn't feel like it, bro. Holy shit, my lag.
Time to get new. Bye.
Come on. We got this. We got this point, surely, right? Yeah, Kiri's dead. Diva. Oh, you fucking whore. Holy shit, bro. Bruh. Okay, not gonna lie, I think the gamer subs is kicking in, I think. Fly away.
Look, I hope I'm being helpful because I'm getting hard focused by Genji right now.
It'd be like that. Ah, fuck! We got the point anyways, that's fine. We should probably push the cart, by the way, too. Genji. Nice, Genji. You killed your own brother. Good shit, bro. Oh, Diva. No! Genji, no! Oh, you fucking bitch. I'm pushing forward. Give us a free push. You asshole, thank you. Watch out for turrets, by the way, please, guys. Nice! Holy shit! Good job! Nice, Pharah. Nice, bro.
I hope she likes that I'm pocketing her.
I'm not too sure why.
Look.
No.
I believe.
Piss off, Diva.
I believe in.
Oh! I'm so sorry, bro! I'm so sorry, Pharah! Oh my god. I'm so sorry, bro. Oh my god, that's insane. Good job, bro. I cannot believe that, bro. Oh my god. I can't believe I killed the Pharah. I'm so sorry, Pharah. Don't say thank you to me. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I killed you. You make me feel bad.
Oh, Genji's just gonna die. I think he's a bit suicidal.
He's just doing his tactics, seppuku.
He's just doing his thing. No, let him do his thing.
Yeah. No, let them fight. Oh, Bastion, they got Bastion now. They're getting desperate. Oh, you fucking asshole. Holy shit, bro. No, Genji! D.Va above. D.Va. You fucking dickhead. I finally got you. You fucking Cassidy. Free push. I'm backing up. Fuck this. D.Va. That's fine. Free push. It's fine. Easy. What are these guys doing? Are we really getting free push out of this? There's no way. Holy shit. We got free push. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Good shit. Well done. Good job, bro. We're proud of you, bro. Good fucking round, guys. We did well. That was good. Good round. Who left the game? Somebody leave the game? Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god, they left. They all left. GG, boys. Well done. That's how you win a game. You make them rage quit. GG's, boys. GG's. Easy. So since we only had half a game, does that mean I could play half a game as tank? Because that does not count as a game.
Okay, buddy. You're stretching it a little.
I'm just saying, boys. I'm just saying.
Okay, fine. You play one more game, and then I get to dominate on Winston again.
Thanks, booby. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, bro. Alright, not gonna lie, I kind of feel bad that they left. What wimps, honestly. If you're gonna lose a game, just take the fucking L. If you're in a shitty mood, get off the game. They need to fucking leave and like make it annoying for your own people.
They all left though.
Yeah. Oh, meant by the first person or the second person, whatever. That's mainly referring to them. Not too sure why they need to do that. No point. May we please go to a death match or some shit, please? I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry.
Don't be sorry, bro.
I'm going to purchase a skin.
That's fine, bro. Don't be sorry, bro.
We're going into deathmatch.
Easy. Widow headshots only? Do I have TikTok? Yes, I do. If you go to my socials right now, I have TikTok on that website. You can follow me on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube as well. I have a YouTube channel as well. I have multiple YouTubes. I have a reaction and VODs.
I've got like a glitch when I play Widow where when I shoot, like nothing registers.
That's me with my hooks,
like,
bro. What the hell?
I don't hit anything. Like, I don't know, it's a weird glitch.
That's weird. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate it, bro. Fuck you. Fuck. Oh my god. I'm the most panicking Widow when I play any kind of DPS. Oh my goodness. Appreciate the follow though. At least somebody of it being a good teammate and actually following my account.
Oh,
You're such a bitch. Fucking hell. I love how old mate follows me on my socials and yet you just kill me while I'm trying to be helpful. What? Sorry, what? I can't hear you, sorry. You died on my screen, so I couldn't hear you properly, sorry. Got killed by Not. Listen, he's my hero. 1800. 1800. He's so handsome. He's my hero. 1800. Woo! No. Dude, my latency's... Dude, look at this shit, bro. I had one hand for a second. God damn. This latency sucks. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yikes, a headshot too. I don't know how I feel about you being on my team now. We might lose this one now because you just got killed by that. I love it how you're laughing, but I can sense you getting annoyed.
It's
Oh,
like,
dude,
you know, I know it's true.
Nah, I'm sorry. Now I feel bad now. Nah. Don't say that. Don't say that, bro. Now I feel bad.
Feel bad. They even let you choose tank.
Oh my god, that's because we had half a game last time. We had half a game.
Look, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying. This shouldn't count. So we got Orisa, Sombra. No, Zarya? Yeah, Zarya. No, Widow. They're Widowmaker. Yeah, fuck Widowmaker. Yep.
You're choosing Orisa?
No, to ban, sorry.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
No, to ban. No, to ban.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is this? Gold 1 to... Bronze 1 to Gold 3? What the fuck? That's so unfair.
Was that like Bronze 2 to Diamond 3?
Yeah, I fucking hate that. That is so unfair for me, bro.
It's okay. It's unfair for them because we're gonna win. So.
Thank you. We're gonna make them leave again like last time. Let's go team chat. G'day boys, hope we're doing well, everybody.
I didn't even realize you were 127.
Oh, what? Sorry, what?
Level 127.
That's just numbers to me. That means nothing to me.
That's what they all say.
No, I'm being serious. I'm that high level, and yet I'm still bronze. That means absolutely nothing to me. Means absolutely nothing. Been playing the game since like 2017, so means absolutely nothing to me. I hit the fucking corner, cunt! Fuck's sakes, dude. There's a hog, by the way, too. No! What the fuck? Where's this guy coming from? Hello?
I've got 15 healing and I'm doing good shit.
Oh my god, I died! I don't know, no one's really saying anything in my chat.
Oh.
No! That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. There's a Cassidy over here. Oh. I'm being a venture. I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. Thank you. Nice sleep. Nice sleep. Huge sleep. Holy shit, that hook was insane. Oh, thank you. Thank you for hooking me up here. Fucking idiots. Oh, huge, 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 huge. Nice, guys. That was alright. Only 5. Not bad. I think you could do better, though. I'm sorry. That was really good, actually. Oh, my God. I would have screamed if I got the hook up there. Holy shit, bro. Doing well. Capturing very well. Okay, Genji. Nice, bro. Hey! Hey, hello. Hey, boys. How are we today? Thanks for the raid. Not too sure what the raid was, but thank you so much for the raid. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Hook Sniffer. Yeah, I saw it. I saw you. I saw you. No, I saw you. I saw you, bro. What am I hearing? What is this clip? What is this clip?
He's really looking at. Oh my god, I'm feeling so bad.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. I can definitely tell, bro. Oh my god. It's okay. Oh, he said. How's your stream, whoever's here still? Hope we're doing well, everybody, whoever's here. Hope you're doing well, everybody. Okay, that was bullshit, Hook. I'm sorry, that was bullshit. But yeah, no, what the fuck's been going on, bro? Long time no see, dude. What's been going on? Whoever is new here, welcome. I like playing Roadhog, and I like sniffing hooks. I'm going to PAX next week in Australia, biggest gaming convention in Australia. And I used to know quite a bit of QCPTPPTTT. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to butcher your name. I'm so sorry, dude. Bro. No, what the fuck? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You fucking asshole. You fucking cunt. Dude, that would have been so good if I actually got that. Why do healers do that, bro? But I rated from my if you're confused. Oh my god, true. Dude, it's because they were healing. Oh no, I don't care. It's fine, bro. It's the fact that they didn't die.
I was trying to like damage boost a little, but like...
It's fine. That was too much damage happening. It's fine, bro. It's fine. As long as we can take this back, it's okay. It's fine. Dude, I'm lagging again, cunt. Oh my fucking god. So, since when you had an alt account, bro, of your streamer? Oh, it's fine, bro. Have a go on, dude. Have a good rest, dude. Thank you for the thank you, by the way. Thank you for that. Second count. I get that. Good round, boys. We did well. That was good. Good round. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Thank you for the raid. Hope you have a good night, bro. I'm now listening to a remix of a fishing song from RuneScape. I have to admit, the galactic skin for the weapons is so ugly. I hate it. I'm so over the purple.
Yeah, also I'm allergic to using my weapon as Mercy, so...
Oh, dude, that's fine. It's okay. I honestly don't blame you, bro. The weapon is terrible. Only in certain situations. I'm gonna follow you guys.
Good luck.
Yeah, hang on. Watch me fall down. Oh, can I see Hog? Can I see Hoggy Boo? Oh, damn it, finally got the Hoggy Boo. Hoggy Boo. I'm gonna try and bait his hook out. Hoggy Boo. No, you fucking fat piece of shit. We're just gonna catch a point. Catch a point's fine. Catch a point, please, guys. You wanna try me? Cunt? Oh, hit the corner. Okay, I'm dead. GG's. Nah. He thought he can do it. He thought, but he was wrong. I get incredibly proud when it comes to me killing another Roadhog.
Roadhog death.
Kind of, yeah, but I feel sorry for them because I'm how bad I am at Roadhog. Like, people shouldn't be out-hogging me, if that makes any sense. Holy shit, nice. Good shit, Genji. Oh, Hoggy Boo. La 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 la. La la. Okay, let's just head back. Let's head back. Now I feel bad now.
Head home.
Yeah, let's head home, boys. Jokes! I got up, by the way.
Maybe not use it now.
They're funny though. We gotta win anyway, so it's fine.
Like,
Oh, it's so close. GG's, boys. What? Oh my god! I got annihilated. Oh my god.
epic.
GG's, well played. Oh my god. Did you see me go flying before? I got destroyed, bro. Oh my god. Good shit, boys. Well done. Oh my goodness. Well done. Hey, thank you.
Like,
good job.
literally pocketing our old game.
The best way of doing it. Good job. That was good. Well done. That was good. Nice. Now
It's Winston time.
Now let's not have fun.
Yeah, I don't want you to have any fun.
I can tell. Fucking bitch. The thing is, there's no DPS I actually like playing. I don't know. There's nothing. The only thing I don't mind playing is Junkrat and maybe Ashe. But that's roughly it. If I can get the hang of Junkrat with what he can do, then maybe. I don't know though.
Maybe Symmetra.
The Pharah is the only one I like. Why? Because she's a woman? I'm sorry. That was such a shit thing to say. I'm so sorry. I'll say shitty. I'm so sorry. I can see people enjoying Pharah. I know another streamer who lives in the same state as I am, and he's a good Pharah. He's a streamer too. You're strong on her? What does that mean? I'm just strong on her. What does that mean? I'm actually bi-curious. What does that mean? Please explain yourself. I am just strong on her.
Back shots.
Good, yours good. Okay. Wait, you see back shots?
No.
I swear I thought you said back shots.
Nah. You're crazy.
I want to stream, but I'm not sure. I'm very crazy. It all depends on what you want to do as a said streamer. You just want to play games, or you want to like have people come into your stream and say hi to you and have fun. They want to watch you play the game. It's up to you what you want to do for a streamer. You have to have some sort of goal, otherwise you're going to stream for no reason and it's going to be miserable after a while. Ah, damn you. Chubby Boy Che, that's a pretty decent name for a streamer. So if you actually do want to stream, that's a bit of a funny thing. Call yourself Chubby. Hello. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to do streaming, you can. I know somebody who started streaming. Her name is like Megami or Meg, and she started streaming, and then like 3 months later, she has an average of 50 viewers.
That's at least like 5.
5 what, sorry?
Like, viewers.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
I can fucking tell. It's roughly estimate, yes. It's more than 5. You are right, though. You are right on the noggin on that. Had a name for 11 years. Holy shit. Nice.
God, I'm also playing tank.
Oh my god, I don't know why. I got a thing how if I'm in deathmatch, I refuse to play tank because I think that's scummy. Because how hard is it to kill a tank?
I'm scum.
Oh, you bitch! You fucking bitch! At least let me rip it, bro. Let me rip the fucking tire, bro.
Nope.
Fucking blue balling my tire. What the fuck's wrong with you? Oh my god, fuck's sakes.
Suffer.
Suffer as I have.
Yeah, so, yep, something or other.
Ah!
Like,
oh, you fucking.
I'm literally just gonna solo it.
There's no,
because I hate you.
there's no way you ripped my tire and then you solo up me in the church of God. What is wrong with you, bro? You're a fucking cow. Oh my god, this is bullying. Is it because I'm autistic?
Yep.
You're
I
such
hate
a
autistic people, you know what I say.
dude. I'm streaming right now. There's no way. There's no way. And we found the game. As soon as you finish that statement. There's no way you just said that, bro. You're
But look, I'm gonna.
Havana.
No.
What's wrong with Havana?
Oh, this is the worst Winston map.
Hey, you're the one who chose Winston. I didn't choose Winston, bro.
I'm not gonna play Winston.
Oh my god, you. Then play Hog then. Play Hog, I dare you.
No, because I'm not a bum.
Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna
play Orisa. So.
Okay, buddy. Mercy. I'm not doing that. Okay, let's ban Ramatra.
No, I don't think you should. Like, I think that's a bad idea.
I don't know. I'm feeling a bit silly. I'm feeling a little bit silly, you know. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nah, I didn't. I don't know who I'm gonna be then. Rock and roll. Let's
play
go.
May.
Okay,
Oh my
I'll
God,
play
it's
May.
Pandora.
I'll play May. Who's Pandora? Do you know them?
Not kind of. I don't know.
That's a good answer for my question. I still have no clue. Not gonna lie, I think I recognize them too as well. Actually, let's go team chat. Konnichiwa. Asashi ne.
Konnichiwa.
Genki desu ka?
Oh my god, wait. Did we play with you before?
Have we actually? By the way, good luck, have fun. Dude, I got the same spray. What the hell?
Skeptiverse Winston. Look, I'm famous.
No, it's because you're a woman.
Okay.
I do have to admit, you are pretty good on Winston.
They went Diva.
No
went Diva.
way.
What a bum.
What an asshole. That's kind of deserved, to be honest.
Lucky for us, I'm not going Winston. Because Winston's terrible in this map.
No, not that attitude. Only bad at the map if you say they're bad at the map. It's up to you to decide that, bro. You gotta believe in yourself, bro. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, good sleep.
Can't reach it there.
That's okay.
I've moved up.
Diva.
Am I dying?
Dude, what the fuck? Excuse me? Diva. Oh, Hanzo! That's alright. It's okay. By the way, just want to let everybody...
Can I get someone on high ground?
I just want to let everybody know that our tank does not like autistic people. Just want to point it out. Just want to let everybody know about that. Yeah. I'm saying.
So
you said
like
it.
Me.
Yeah, apparently not. The tank does not like you, apparently.
Literally everyone who plays Overwatch, yep.
Everyone who plays Overwatch is autistic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, my man. What a ding dong. What the fuck? Oh my god, got a headshot on the Ana. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
One up top.
Yeah, we're gang on top.
Die.
You got it. Where are they? Good shit, bro.
Dead.
Come on, no! What the fuck are you doing?
You let him escape.
Oh, I don't play May. I'm a fucking tank main.
Oh god.
Yeah, blame the up tank, by the way. They pay me to play DPS.
Just don't look at my stats then.
I don't believe in stats in video games. Stats mean nothing to me in video games.
Don't look at my stats either.
No one likes to show off tank. It's okay. Shut up. Oh my fucking god. No. Tank that. Oh! I punched the diva! I punched the diva!
So gross.
Oh.
Cast up top.
Actually, it's McCree, actually. Get the name right, please. Then tries every night to gamble.
Oh, wait. I just realized we called all our ults at once.
Who cares? That's funny. All the lights, all I see are puzzles. Yeah.
That's on point.
He is on point. Dreaming, floating while sleeping.
Gross.
To islands in the sky. I need you to fly me away. Nice. I got wall. Oh! They got Rissa. No! Why will he do that? No! Okay, Faro. Huge favor, can you please change, please, Faro? I'm not sure if Faro's working right now. I don't know, just been seeing his stats and they're not really doing very well.
Tank push forward.
Come on. Arissa, please. Wait, what am I carrying? I'm in tank. Yes!
Because you got 2 fucking good healers.
I mean, good is an understatement. I'm kidding. We're all doing great. No matter who we are, we're all doing great in this game. At the end of the day, we're having fun. If we lose, we lose. Who cares? It's fine. Go, Rissa! Good shit, boys. Nice, good shit, boys. Oh, fuck yeah, everybody. Good job. Genji. I'm gonna be real. If I was tank, we would have had that in 2 minutes. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Am I wrong? Have you seen me play tank?
we
Fuck, I'm so cringe. I'm so fucking cringe.
0 either.
Am I really going 15-0? Oh, that's you. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. I thought you were talking about me. I thought you were talking about me. Shut up.
You're probably going 0 and 15.
I hope you D-rank after this tonight. I hope you D-rank tonight. I hope you D-rank. I'm just been saying. Glitter? Honeydew! Best skin. No, I got the fucking bullshit Team Galactic skin from Pokemon Shining Moon. Fuck's sakes. Pajama May or Bubble Tea May is the best skins. They're so cute. My baby no money once said she's freaky.
Shut up, mate.
Sometimes I can. You can always just mute me if you want to. You can just mute me if you want to. I don't mind talking. If you have a problem with me talking, just mute my microphone. It's optional. Oh, hang on, I'm healing you.
Mate, you haven't died. You get healed. Shut up.
Wait. I'm healing you. Remacha.
Yeah, healers are so terrible.
Yeah.
Like, what are they doing?
They'd be like that.
Sorry, please heal me.
Yeah, legit. Please heal me. I'm sorry. Bastion almost dead. Oh! Holy shit, almost fucking died there. Oh! Come on. Nice. Nice. Aristo. Actually, maybe back off maybe a bit just in case. Thank you. Hey, shout out to our healers. Our healers are doing a really good job right now.
Yeah.
Oh god. Risking that javelin. Whoa. Oh, okay. Come on. Oh. Arista's almost dead, please. Arista's almost dead. Come on. Oh, yes. Good shit.
Sorry.
Fuck. That's alright. That's fine, dude.
Okay.
Too much
That was a
damage.
It's alright. That's okay. It's all good. That was a good push, though. Good job.
I mean,
Sorry, I can't see you.
I got ult. Next push. That's fine. All at the exact same time.
isn't
Oh my god.
No!
Oh no! I touched it away! Oh no!
Oh my god! I'm just feeding. Holy.
Honestly, you're doing pretty well feeding. I've been feeding for many years. I reckon you're doing a good job feeding.
Professional feeder.
Yeah. What am I hearing grown men on my YouTube
I reckon my healers just need to heal me. Zombie fiving.
Yeah, I feel that too. Yeah,
What are
I
they
don't know.
even doing?
Yeah, I don't know. Healing are kind of like being a bit cringe right now. I don't know. I feel like
Cass.
Wait, where's Cass? Oh god. Oh no! I hit the wrong thing. Oh my god. That's okay. It's okay, boys. How
Can you come back a little bit?
How come Bastion is not being
sorry,
a
I saw the
Pharaoh?
Moira ult and then I added.
It's okay. That's alright, bro. No, that's fine, bro. Who cares? It's fine. Oh! Fucking. There's people in here. There's people in here. Oh no, Bastion, please.
I save you.
Thank you, King. Thank you, King.
Reloading.
Stop the
No! Stuff as I have. Good shit, boys. Okay. Oh god. Boxes help me. Okay, not gonna lie. A lot of things are happening. I don't know. Well, so we'll have to wait and see. Who knows? Something might happen. Ooh. Oh god. It's okay. There's a lot happening right here. Oh god. So much is happening right now. No! Oh, please. Oh no. No!
How am I still alive? Oh my.
Honestly, I ask myself that every day. Oh no. Thank you. Holy shit. Yeah.
Pull out.
Yeah. I don't think my dad ever learned that move.
Yeah, you definitely didn't. You probably should have though, eh?
Well, that's why I'm autistic, bro, because that was an accident.
Okay. Like, we're getting too personal right now, I reckon. Like.
It's okay. It was funny though. Vara, maybe swap. Ham Dog, maybe you should change your fucking name because your name's fucking shit.
Like this guy, this Bastion guy, bro.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Good shit. I got ult, by the way. I can ult whenever.
Also, this is a bad spot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep playing it because I'm so sad.
No, they all left. Oh my god, that was so funny.
You're skedaddled.
Skedaddle, your dick is now a noodle. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's
Little
fine.
Willy. I want to rank up, please.
I mean, you don't have to, you don't want to, bro. It's up to you.
Like every night.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh wow, Life wheel, that was huge! Oh my god, whoops. That was a bad wall! That was a bad wall, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, there's a guy up there, there's a guy up there!
That will fuck off.
Oh my god! I'll be real. That might be my bad. That was fucked up.
This Bastion guy, bro.
Which one? We have there's two Bastions. Is it our Bastion or their Bastion?
This. Are you okay?
Oh, they're
Are you
here.
playing the same game as me?
I'm pretty sure I am. Doesn't feel like it half the time. Go on, go on, go on, go on. They're so close, they're so close. Oh! Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Maybe the Bastion is gold. Bless you. Okay, this time I got wall. Let's not fuck up the wall.
Oh, Orissa's fading.
It'd be like that. Nice, 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 nice.
Moira just died. What is it?
Shut the fuck up!
Please don't help me though, like...
You're being a bit silly. But can you please heal us, please? You feeling a little bit silly?
Yeah, but like, please don't help me. You know, I like it.
Hey Moira, where were you, bro?
I don't know why this guy's just decided to play Junker Queen.
I don't know. Kind of funny though.
That's not really good for them.
Maybe they're feeling a bit silly. I got ult. Oh god. Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. I just killed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh god. Good shit, everybody. Nice. Juno. Hey,
I'm the sweaty cunt.
nice. Yeah, we can tell. Nice, GG boys. We played very, very well. Nice. We all played very well, everybody, except for our tank. Our tank kind of sucked. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Just probably best to avoid her. Yeah, avoid the tank. Avoid the tank. And bro said swap Farah. Exactly. And bro said swap Farah. Did it for you. I did it for you, bro. I did it for you, bro. That was so funny. That guy was so cringe. That guy was so cringe. That was so funny. Oh, dude, when you were like calling him out, I was like holding back laughing because it was so fucking funny. Because I know he was getting humid.
No, but I was all joking, bro.
Oh yeah, I know, but you could tell he was getting so fucking annoyed. That's so fun. Dude, I only started because he told me to shut the fuck up at the very start of the second round. I'm like, okay, mute my fucking microphone. Yeah, he did. Did you not hear him? He said, oi, can you shut the fuck... Yeah. He said, dude, can you shut the fuck up?
I didn't even know it was that bad.
Yeah, he was. That's why I was being shitty with him and like kind of being annoying to him. Because he told me to tell me to shut the fuck up, and then I told him saying, hey, you can mute my microphone, just let you know. So he was being a bit silly with that. Hope we get him in the next game, eh? To be able to beat his team. Did you really kill the McCree?
Are we?
Good job.
I'm also about to kill a Hanzo.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Because he killed himself. So he didn't kill him. He killed himself. Dude, I'm surprised we're getting these matches. Is it gonna be bronze to diamond now?
Like, there's one option here, really.
Yeah, Nibani sounds like it. I reckon Nibani.
Okay.
I reckon Nibani, to be honest.
Alright. This guy.
I'm pretty good on Hollywood as Roadhog, so we'll see how we go. Let's go team chat, boys, please. Team chat. Hello everybody, hope we're doing well today. Okay. What's wrong? What is it?
What goober cheese Nibani? Like.
Oh my god, no Nibani? I was kidding. That was me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There's no way my meme vote got Nibani. Oh my god, that's so...
Alright, you just threw the game, I'm leaving.
Hook, you have a new suggestion on Snapchat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Snapchat. I am so sorry. I'll try hard. So we'll win this game, okay? I'll make sure we win this game. I have no clue what you just fucking said there. You're mumbling, sorry.
Reaper got in.
What? Dude, I'm being serious. What did you say?
This guy.
I'm being serious. I did not know what you said. I'm so sorry, dude.
Alright.
I'm being serious. I don't know what you said.
Shut up and stand on the point, okay? That's all I want.
You want me to be a payload princess as Roadhog? Excuse me? Bet. Alright, I'll make a campfire on the payload.
Like, zip it and put the fish on the hook.
You know, you could have said put the hook where your mouth's talking. You could have said that, bro. Missed opportunity.
Nah, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you for being so caring. Thank you for being caring.
Alright, get out of the spawn so I can bug you the whole game again and not heal Roadhog at all.
Okay. Alright, this guy right here.
So you have your own like heal thing, right?
Did you know our Mercy is actually a bronze 2 in tank? Did you guys know that? So don't listen to any of that advice.
A bronze 1.
Yeah, are you being serious?
So you're factually incorrect.
I'm so sorry, dude. Oh, I almost got.
There's a tracer.
Yeah, I couldn't get the tracer. It's fine. There's a Rissa. No! Tracer's like the ultimate test for Roadhog mains. Where is Tracer? Tracer above, I think. Watch out for Lucia, please, by the way, too. Oh, good shit, Faro.
Tracer got banished to the shadow realm.
I saw that too. Looks like clapped into the
I just
wall.
heard her screaming.
Like an amazing digital circus moment. Oh, Faro, I mean, fucking, holy shit. Orisa, please, Orisa. Nice, good shit. Mercy, why can't you do that, Mercy? What the fuck?
Who has 0 kills right now?
The way you said that in that tone triggers me more than the word you said. The fact that triggers me more. What? How is that possible? The fact you didn't say the words that annoy me is how you said it was annoying to me. How is that possible? Orisa. Only 1 kill. Okay, and you got killed. Alright, Faro.
No, she didn't. She's right here, what are you talking about?
I can screenshot. I saw the kill cam.
Relax.
I like it, Koji.
Silly.
Dude,
Oh my god.
Dude,
like,
you yelled
what do I
so
even-
much. It's like
Okay,
12 a.m. Your fucking housemates should be like, not be waking up from that.
It's alright. Like,
It'd be like that
I know
sometimes.
it's Overwatch time.
Oh my god, you've warned them. Let you guys know I'm playing Overwatch, so no sleep for you guys tonight.
Yeah.
Watch out for the sides, by the way, too, with Tracer. Oh, they got Reinhardt, they're being cringe. They got a Freya as well. We're pushing them very well, actually. Ryan!
But like, they're also on the flank right now.
Fuck, stop saying it like that. That's so annoying how you're saying that. Bye. Run.
Kill him or something, like. Holy.
I will something. Don't worry, I will something.
Just like, click your mouse down and then like, look at him.
Actually, my mouse button is represented by my Q. So it's not my mouse button you press, it's my Q button. Actually, you're autistic.
And I hate. Oh.
Don't say that again. You already had me clip before. Actually, I hate autism people.
Like, I haven't shot a single bullet and I'm already like winning the game.
Aren't you like allergic to having guns? I can definitely tell you're not American.
Yeah, no.
Good res. That's a very good res.
Damn Republic man. Republic man?
Republic man? What the what? Oh my god. Alright, get
Yeah.
around, boys.
I'm not from the Republic.
Republicanese.
Yeah.
Get around, boys.
Money, yeah, I got a lot. Haha. Peso, yeah, euro, pound.
Let's be a clown. Really representing.
Yeah, nice new house, but your body. New pink, but you feel your body. Watch you whip my wrist like I'm Crockett. Y'all got it. I don't care at all, cause I got money. It's my teeth. Wanna take an Andre, wanna do a feat. Man, this cheese. She want me to laugh, she never said please. So
Wrecked. Completely wrecked.
So I don't care at all, cause I got money. I don't know how to live. I got
Nah, mate, it was Zig. What? Okay.
I don't care.
Oh, I bounced on the Cassidy by accident.
It's my bag. I don't ever check the tag. Even though I check the tag.
Oh, what a good spray. What a nice spray. That's a very good spray.
I don't care at all, cause I
We got this in the bag.
don't care at all.
When we win.
No, easy. It's easy.
I don't care at all, cause I got money.
Oh god, they're all here. Oh Jesus!
Yeah, I chose not to heal you then. I could have, but I didn't.
I wasn't expecting to heal me, to be honest. Because I know you couldn't
You were
do it.
expecting it?
Yeah, I was not expecting you to heal me, because I knew you couldn't heal me.
Oh.
Guys,
yeah, I was killing
so...
Farah, because I know Farah's the MVP here.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Fuck's sakes, GG, I guess. For fuck's sakes. Wow.
That's why you ignore healing your Roadhog.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, wow. Oh, I can't join because you're not the fuck. I'm not the leader. I was gonna leave. So didn't see it. Fuck's sake.
You're gonna have to watch through this.
I was on my second monitor. I didn't see anything. What happened? Who got MVP? Was it me? Ah, yeah, I knew it. I knew it was me. Huh.
Alright, it's my turn for tank.
Alright, GG's will play. We're
I'm going to the
already
bathroom.
lost. Okay, didn't need to say that, but fine, whatever. Bye.
But like, just thought you needed to know.
I hope you get stuck on the toilet.
Now traveling.
Let's be Hanzo. I really hope we like get a game and she's gone for that long and we just lose the game. Ah! Oh my god.
There is still much I must do.
Bruh. Brr. It's quite chilly at 12 AM in the morning. Oh. Can you like stand still, please? Che, seriously. Che? No.
Hello.
I won't do it to you, bro. I was kidding. What the cover your fucking mic, cunt. Who does that? No, seriously. Who the fuck does that? Who the fuck do you think you are?
This guy.
Joke's on you. I have COVID.
Nah.
Remember when COVID was actually popular? Now it kind of fell off a bit.
It was popular.
Real talk.
What if I told you my grandma got murdered by COVID?
Are you being serious?
No.
Dude, you're such a bitch. Dude, people's grandmas and grandpas actually died from COVID. You don't fucking joke about that, dude. That's so bad, and you're laughing. That's so bad. You don't do that. Yeah, joke's on you. My grandma died. No, she didn't die from COVID. Unlike 50 other family members. And the worst part is, you'll tank again. In fucking... Dude, I'm having an aneurysm. I might shit myself. I'm not fucking mad at you. I might shit myself. I'm so fucking mad at you, bro.
We all focus on hamster. Wow. Yeah, focus on this.
What are you gonna say? Focus on these nuts. Is that what you're gonna say? Is that...
Bro, what were you just saying before? Okay.
You know what I'm doing right now? I'm playing the game and making it fair by me being a DPS and not being hard to kill and making it fair. Unlike you being a furry.
Yeah.
Plot twist, you're a furry.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. My goal is killing you once. That's my goal. Okay, Che. This was not your fight. This is not your fight, Che.
I didn't mean to shoot you.
That's what they all say. A lazy dog left the game. Why am I not surprised? Lazy dog. Okay, real question. What was the most wild interaction you ever had in Overwatch in your recent memory? Like the most recent thing that was crazy, how you could not believe that happened in Overwatch.
The fact that I just meleeed you twice and you died.
Because I was talking to you, you fucking bitch. I was making conversation. Who gives a shit you killed me with melee?
That was pretty
I
crazy.
don't care if you kill me with your fucking weenie dick, with your furry fucking rodent cock. I was talking to you, bro. Making conversation.
Like, I didn't shoot one bullet at you, I just meleeed you. That was crazy.
Are you gonna fucking tell me? Are you gonna tell me, bro? Dude, are you gonna tell me, bro? Are you right? Are you right? Wait. Che, what are you fucking doing? Che, I thought we were friends, Che. Oh, Jesus. I should see that. How did you do that? Dude, flick, bro. You hit my dick and you killed me. Holy shit, bro. Good job. Hey, sure, they did.
I don't
Care at all. I got money.
I hear a little. Yeah.
You know what? You know what? I hope your grandma does die.
Alright, thanks.
I'm sorry, now I feel bad now. Really? Somebody's Doomfist. Bro, somebody's Doomfist in this. What the frick? Ah!
This soldier's struggling a little bit.
Dude, I'm struggling from the
Rolling around on his
Doomfist.
head.
Oh my
And he's trying
god.
to shoot me. Like,
Oh my god. Where'd you go? Oh shit, there you are.
this hook's the MacGyver.
It's my alt account, trust. It's my alt account, it's my alt account.
My brother's on the.
Finally, bro. I finally got you, bro. Holy shit, bro. Finally. By the way, just want to let you know, the later the game is, like the time, the less likely we're going to be finding a game. Just want to let you know, you guys know that. So there might be a chance we may not be able to find a
Do
game.
not look at the kill cam. I mean, the kill feed. I don't know.
Hehehehe, I finally got a kill. Hehehehe. But yeah, there might be a chance we won't be able to, like, get a game, because how late it is. I don't know. I just feel like we may not be able to find a game.
It's fine. Just because we're both bottom 500.
Look who's talking.
holy
Look who's
shit.
talking. Yay! Oh no, they hit to ruin my fun. Can you like piss off, please? Fuck off! I'm gonna be tank. I'm just 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 gonna be tank. Okay. How come these guys are finding games and we can't? Hello there. Twisty twist. Twisty twist. Twisty twist. Twisty twist. Twisty twist. Twist. Oh. I think Che might be a bit offended by you saying "shut up, monkey." They just private DM me saying, "Hook, I'm sorry, I can't deal with this person." They're like saying "monkey" a lot, and I don't feel comfortable with that racism, so I'm gonna go. He just says that to me in my chat right now.
Alright.
Oh,
I'm very racist towards Winston.
I'm back later, so I have my own phone to call with. Nah, that's all good, mate. Good, mate. That's fine, bro. I might end stream probably soon when we get a game. I might do a few more games with this loser right here. You insta-lock tanked. You insta-lock tank. You instant-lock tank. Should we make it fair by just doing all? Should we make it fair by doing all? Do you want to do that?
Alright, it's a Russian roulette or something.
Okay, don't need to be violent about it. Okay, you ready?
But like, if I get it, okay.
What? We're doing all. We're doing all, aren't we? Dude, we're doing all.
I'm watching. Don't forget who's the leader.
Oh, that's why it keeps getting cancelled. I forgot you were a leader. That's why I was getting cancelled. I was wondering why the thing was getting cancelled. I was like, oh yeah, because you're leader. Can't leave real quick. I need to see some. I need to see some statuses. Only I can be a leader to see my statuses.
yeah, right.
This time, don't be a fucking tank, please. Be a normal person by being a healer or a DPS, please. My autism is getting triggered when you're doing that.
My throne is where I say it is.
Where are you? I can't see you. Dude, where the fuck are you?
Alright, this guy.
Oh, lucky. No way. Are you pissing my fucking asshole? Are you
What?
Look who's what.
I might have like chosen tank though.
No, we all did all. I saw you doing it, so we did all.
Did we?
Yes. That's why. Did you, dude? That was even 5 minutes ago. We both were like going back and forth. I'm like, oh, let's just do all, and I go tank, and you're like, no, you fucking N-word. I know what you said to me, bro.
Alright. Okay, I didn't go that far.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Let's get a team chat. I can't deal with this racism. Yeah. I can't deal with this racism. Just want to let everybody know that Winston was saying slurs in my last game, so please report them afterwards. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
They're being very toxic. I know. Don't believe what they're saying because I already reported them and they still get in my games.
Get a load of this guy, bro.
Like 420 Ranger, can you like just shut the fuck up, please, and just stop being racist, please? I already reported you already. My teammates have already like okay. I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother. You just see you, bro. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Alright.
I got a rare Mercy skin. What the fuck is it? There we go. I had to read a book in order to get the skin.
You had to read a book?
Yeah, it's a novel for Mercy's backstory. In order for you to read this novel for like a certain amount of hours, you have to get the skin. This is literally her.
Was it the very hungry caterpillar?
Who the fuck told you? That was exclusive.
Frying Sigma's brain. Trying to help your little friend. And yourself. Yes, let's discuss morality. And hypocrisy while we're at it.
Dude.
Zarya?
Dude, real question. Have you been
someone's playing Zarya?
Oh, I wonder who they're playing then. Have you been seeing have you been watching the TikToks of that really weird like that weird VR no. What was it called again?
Yeah, come on. I believe you can spit
it's
it out.
no, it's like what you call it. It's VR chat, but they record it on TikTok, and it's like a certain character, and his friend is called Robert, and he talks very slowly. He looks like a
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's so funny.
About.
He's so funny how he talks. It's so funny. Robert, what is this? It's so silly. It's so silly. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. Since you paid me the money before this game, I'm gonna pocket you, okay?
I just can't. I'm just waiting for Diva to use her freaking thing so I can.
And I'm just waiting for our fucking Winston to do something and not throw the game.
Like, shut up and heal me.
What do you think I'm fucking doing, cunt? Winston, I'm being slapped, Winston. Good jump, I saw that, Winston. Good jump.
Shut up. Like.
There's a soldier out there.
What is this guy doing?
What's little bro doing?
Get out of here, bro.
Get out of here, you
Oh my
fucking
God.
Nimrod. No,
I hope
soldier,
our
soldier.
back doesn't die.
Yeah, I hope our Mercy doesn't die either.
Soldier.
Hey, Dylan, how are you, Dylan? How you going, Dylan? Hope you're doing well. What'd you fucking say, you little shit? I have you know, my father will hear about this. Where's playing
Hey,
Overwatch?
what is
I met a new guy. I met a new guy.
That's not.
They're really cool. They're really chill. They're very funny. I like this person. We have a lot of good banter together. That was a Sombra you missed out on, Winston. Can you like please do your job, please, Winston?
Like I'm following her right now.
But
as we speak.
she's not fucking dying though.
Maybe because someone isn't damage boosting me.
Maybe do your fucking job and protect me, bro. Just saying.
Die.
There's a Sombra right next to you, bro. You probably hop on. It's up to you, Dylan. If you
It's
don't want
okay,
to hop
not my
on.
problem.
Oh, Winston is a
And for
fucking
yourself.
piece of shit. Oh, Winston's a piece of shit. Please, I'm being serious, but before they were saying Slow's my last game. I'm not even kidding. They're pulling on. They're pulling on the act. They're pulling on the act.
Job.
What you?
Grass.
What are you saying?
Yeah, go
I-
get a job, loser.
I think you're self-proclaiming yourself, and I don't think that's healthy for you. You should really consider taking your meds again.
My meds.
Winston, protect me, Winston. I can't heal you, Winston. If you can't protect me, Winston.
Yeah. Shut up and kill me.
I'm not really appreciating this behavior, and I will not tolerate this. I will ask
This
you.
guy's from Zarya, is he throwing?
I'll ask you to proceed to leave if you don't treat me with respect that I believe that I deserve to be. I won't ask you again.
Again, what? To be honest, I wasn't really listening.
You're such a cow. You're such a cow. That was so funny what I said. You know it was funny. You know what I was going to say was funny. You know it. You're such a cow. You're such a cow.
Alright, he's going 10-0 right now.
I'm sorry. Who just raised our DPS and who did not? For being a tank, then you're not being a good supporter for not raising our soldier. Just saying, buddy. This is ranked. Yeah, this is ranked. This is ranked, Dylan. No worries, dude. I'm sorry. You just died in front of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sombra. Winston, Sombra. Winston behind us. Sombra. Sombra. Sombra.
Alright. Like.
Actually. Oh, I got hit by a boulder. Fuck, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Bro. I'm gonna see if I can play ranked by myself. Yeah, go for it, bro. Go for it, bro. Can I please? Bro, no! Soldier behind, soldier behind, soldier behind, soldier behind.
Like, just don't look at him. And
Is because
he won't die,
he's homosexual? Is that the reason why?
yeah, that's exactly why. I don't know what you just said. That was probably stupid.
Maybe because you're fucking stupid and you just don't understand what I'm saying because that's how dumb you are. Dude, Winston, you were in front of me, cunt.
Alright.
Winston,
You just died.
no,
like, what are
because you
doing?
didn't bubble me, Winston. You have
Alright.
you have a secondary fire, don't you?
Give disrespect to Diva. What a silly person.
Honestly, I don't understand why divas exist, honestly.
Like,
Winston.
Winston is bowling right now. Just let him cook.
He'd be bowling. He'd be bowling right now.
Like, he's doing big things. Like, What is this soldier doing?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah,
are
I
you
saw
playing
that.
the same game as me? Like, where are you at
right.
now? Like,
What's he doing? What's he doing? No, Winston. I was right. I can feel your breath
what am I
next
meant
to
to
me.
do?
I can
Like-
feel your breath next to me, and you still let me die. As a part of your tank, your role is to protect me, and so I can support you from not dying.
Like, what am I meant to do? Like shove my shield up your ass? Like what?
I feel like I need to shove my staff up your fucking rectum in order for me to give you at least 2% HP.
Like, I can't really, like, heal you, bro. That's kind of your job.
Dude, you meant to bolt me, though, for me to actually heal you and protect me. That's your job, bro.
I think we're confusing our team.
I'm sorry. We're memeing. She's my little sister. We haven't seen each other for a while, and we're just fucking around.
Okay. No.
No,
we met literally today.
We met
like,
literally
an hour
today.
ago on Overwatch.
Literally an hour ago. We legit. Yeah, honestly. Wait, who? Is she gonna say who asked? Are they gonna say who asked? They're gonna say... Both of them. Oh my! You asked the question. Don't say that. It'd be like, who asked? You're the one who asked the fucking question.
Bro, I didn't even know this guy. I don't know even who.
We
I'm
are legit complete strangers. We shit you not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this person's a guy. That's all I know. And I know they smell like shit. I know they don't clean up. I know they don't clean up. You know why they're being Winston? Because they don't clean up after themselves. That's why they're Winston. Because they're a fucking monkey.
You're going 3 and 3. Alright, just pipe down.
Excuse me? Who's been keeping you up with your fucking kill streak? It's thanks to me you have 16-0. So shut the fuck up and keep doing your job, okay? No, I'll be hacked! Winston! This is your fault, Winston. This is your fault, Winston.
Yep.
You sound like a husband being annoyed by his wife. Yep.
Yep, just keep yapping or something.
I will yap, thank you very much.
Now heal me.
I'm sorry to hear.
Heal me.
I cannot heal you through a fucking wall, cunt. I am not a superstitious maid. I tried.
I can't tell characters apart because I'm like blind.
You wear glasses. Your character wears glasses. Can you not tell the difference between Hook Sniffer and Leon TTV?
Can you not tell the difference between, like, I don't know, video game character and, like, I don't know.
You know what I can tell the difference between? I can tell the difference between a wall I can't jump through. Because clearly you tried jumping through a wall and you couldn't jump through the wall. I saw you bouncing. I saw you how you bounce, bro.
I love bouncing. I mean,
bro, dude, can you fucking stop saying that shit, please? I'm trying to stream. PG-13 stream here.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean that.
I'll boost you, soldier. I'm over this monkey. I'll boost you, soldier.
Yeah. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Sombra! You're welcome! Oh, who the freak's happening here? Dude, huge Sombra! Our Sombra's doing more than our Winston. That says a lot. And Sombra's meant to be like a secret,
Alright,
like... Just what?
Just heal me. Just shut up and heal me.
Dude, I'm trying to, but I'm being hacked by Sombra behind your asshole. You know what you should be doing? Getting rid of Sombra so I can survive, okay?
But, like, I'm a professional teammate ignorer.
Yeah. You know why? That's why your profile has more red than gold, okay? That's the reason why you have more red on your win streak, okay? Because of that attitude you have towards your supporters. And now I'm fucking dead.
Alright. I can see how much I cared right then.
you know why you're a 420 ranger? Because you're so high in the sky and not knowing where your supports are to protect them. That's why you're 420. You know what I'm gonna fucking do? You know what I'm gonna do? This fucking no! Oh, whatever.
Me. Just
Dude,
me.
say please, dude. Holy shit, bro. Winston, Sombra. Winston, Sombra.
But like, I'm getting Bridget right now. Like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Do your fucking job. That's what I want you to do, bro.
Look, I think I'm doing it pretty well.
Dude, you are on 2 to 27. You have not got any kills at all, bro.
Yep.
Sombra.
Look.
They went away. They couldn't kill you. You couldn't kill them. They went away. Did you leave me? Did you fucking leave me?
Yeah, I just got the hell out of there. Like, I'm not gonna sacrifice myself for you or anything.
Remember how I told you I want to give you good vibes? Now I take that back. I wish you have no good vibes at all. Sorry, Sombra. Blame our Winston. Blame our Winston, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Winston's throwing right now. Like,
the fucking Sombra behind me, Winston! Winston, what are you doing, Winston? You literally let me die, Winston. Holy shit, Winston.
Look, I'm probably gonna die now because I tried to peel for you!
You said peel?
Yes!
Elaborate.
Like, help you against flankers, like basic Overwatch terms, right?
Elaborate.
Like, peeling bananas or something, and then...
Elaborate.
Sky.
Elaborate. Oh, dude, you should have said that from the very beginning, dude. I'm over the moon. Do you think Winston's always high? Sombra?
I don't know, he's a monkey.
What the fuck? That meant to mean anything, bro. He could be high while being a monkey. What the kind of comment is that? What kind of comment is that?
I'm not a monkey, I'm a gorilla.
Did you know that Winston's voiced by an African American character, and the fact you call him a monkey is pretty disrespectful, bro.
Is he?
No, I don't know.
Like,
don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't you fucking say it. I swear to God, I'll leave. Don't you say it. I know you're gonna say it. Don't leave me, bro.
but like...
Don't. I swear to God. I swear to God, bro. We've had this talk before, bro. You actually fucking left me. You fucking cow.
You can like follow me, you know, you press shift, look at me and press shift, and then you'll follow me. Just saying.
You know, I don't follow fucking losers. GG's, I guess. Avoid the Winston, please. They're a piece of fucking shit. Just avoid them, please. I already reported them. Give yourselves a favor and avoid the player, please. I'm not even kidding.
9.
Yeah, suck my nuts, 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 suck my fucking nuts.
Oh, it's because you res me and... Oh.
No. I'm just too good.
You didn't res me?
Yeah, because I need a res you get play of the game, bitch.
What, holding left...
I'm surprised I got that play of the game. That is crazy.
Holding left click, bro. What was that?
Beats you. You had how many kill streaks you had? How many kill streaks you had? How many kill streaks you had? And yet none of that got you play the game. I did the best out of you, bro. God, I wonder what those people were thinking, bro. The fact that they're like, do you guys know each other like IRL? That was funny. That was so funny, bro. Dude, that just shows you, like, if you just be genuine, you can just get along with anybody if you just be yourself and you just get, like... Yeah. I still think you did shit, Winston, by the way. I felt you should have swapped over.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. If I'm being honest with you, as being a friend, I think you should have done better. I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah, I think you're terrible at the game and you should uninstall. Yeah, just being a friend.
Well, I think you should fucking kill yourself, though.
I'm trending teeth chat, bro. I can't deal with this shit.
Neither. Fuck this shit. Oh, fuck off. Not 420. Why are you fucking in my game? Why are you in my... Just want to let you guys know, avoid the Ana, please. They're not a good teammate. They threw my last game.
Is this hook sniffer guy?
Please avoid them. They're not a good person.
Good luck, have fun. Yeah, thanks.
I wasn't referring to you. I was referring... Okay, no need for that language. I was referring to everybody else and not you, because you don't deserve it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Angel. I'm really sorry, Angel. Because I know what this 420 person's going to do, and they're going to do what they always do. So I'm giving you a favor, so I'm very sorry. But I'm helping you out having a not-so-toxic game with this person who's playing Ana.
They're not in voice chat.
Are they not, actually? Oh, for fuck's sakes.
No, you just look like a weirdo. Like
you're a fucking weirdo. You sound so offended. You sounded so offended, like you're flabbergasted. Fucking hell, dude. Hello, third person. We know you can hear us. Hope you're doing well, bro. How's your night been going, bro?
Doesn't matter how it's been going, it's about to get worse.
Because you're in our team and you're going to be Ana, you're going to be throwing it and I'll be DPS Ana. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that game. Thank you very much. Enjoy your losing streak. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking the truth.
Alright, let me see you go 32-2.
Mate, my last game was 51-3. I'm just saying. They left the voice. They left voice chat. They left the voice chat.
Yeah, they're pretty annoying, though.
Yeah, I hope they fucking die, eh? Ironically.
Yeah, I won't heal them. No.
I won't heal them now. I won't heal them.
Yeah, I won't heal them. I'm not gonna heal you.
Honestly, I can have my own healing option, so I don't need that.
Yeah, if you like hold E, you can heal yourself, and then I won't need to like try and shoot
Actually, bro, I got my E as my left click. Thank you very much.
Alright, well, just shut your mouth.
I don't believe in mouse keyboards. I only have my keyboard and that's it. Here goes Soju above. Genji here as well, please. We're doing very well, everybody, by the way. We're doing very well. Oh my god. Did you see that hook? Holy moly. Diva. No! Oh, Widowmaker's gone. No! Oh no! I'm so sorry! Thank you. Oh no, being slapped. That's alright. He. He dead. Diva on point. I baited out her boost. She has no boost. Genji. Thank you.
Okay, just clear it up.
Alright, we'll do. So I cleared it up, by the way.
Good. Couldn't have done it without me.
No, the actual nano had nothing to do with it. They got a ram, by the way. Oh, so close, bro. Oh, go back. Oh, hello, Genji. Oh my god, imagine if I got that. Holy shit. No. Oh shit. Oh, I can't heal. That's okay.
Guess who slapped him and saved your pig? Oh, I don't know.
Are you having a stroke?
Maybe. I'm playing Overwatch, I don't know.
And you're playing with me as well after all, so it's expected. No! Ah! Oh my god, what the frick was that? The Kiri, bro! What? The Kiri teleported in front of me, bro. What the frick? Oh god. I died. That's okay, buddy. Genji ulting?
Okay, I thought I slapped him, but I didn't.
That's okay, that's fine. Always next time.
Can you just get back on point, bro?
I just killed the Genji. They couldn't sleep, by the way. And the Kiri as well. Oh, God. Oh, thank you. Thank you, bro. Yeah. Nano fight. No, I was so close, bro. That's alright. Is Genji still there?
Yep, he's shuffling around back there.
Oh my god!
Not anymore, 'cause I killed him.
I killed the Sojin so fucking well. No, don't think so. Bye-bye. Hee. Well, guess what? Yep, nice, good shit. Go round, boys. Oh, Genji was so slow. I'm kidding.
Well,
that was good. Well done, everybody. That was good. We did very well.
do not say except Anna.
Okay, you can stop now. You like have like the least healing. You can stop now.
Okay. I cannot even know what to say at this point.
Can you please stand still for a second? Please stand still. I want to roast you on the fucking fire like I've been doing the entire time. By the way, is that a Demon Slayer
I have
skin for armor?
111% sleep dot accuracy, so don't even talk to me.
Okay, I didn't ask, but did you have a Demon Slayer collaboration skin? That Demon Slayer skin looks really cool, bro.
No, it's a battle pass skin.
It looks like from Demon Slayer.
Okay, just get out of my way, you fatty.
Oi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh shit! You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Look, I would have been fine.
No, you won't. Oh yeah, buddy.
You're not fine without me, though.
Well, clearly because you're not healing me, you dipshit.
Your positioning is terrible.
I don't believe in positioning. What
That's my fault.
What were you be? Were you being gremlin? No more Bastion. Bastion dead. Ah, of course you'll do that. Of course you do that. Oh, that's right. That's okay, Dylan. I'm just I might end stream after this.
I'll just cap the point myself then.
Okay, buddy. I was doing...
Thanks, useless.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm on 1,198 healing, and you are 67.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up.
6, 7.
There's a Bastion over there, by the way.
Yeah, I can hear him.
I thought you were deaf, bro. Because you couldn't
I'm blind, not deaf.
Because you couldn't see or hear me saying, "Where's my healing?"
Alright, just shut your trap.
I mean, at least I can do that. You can't do that, apparently. No, Genji.
Yeah.
That was my bad. That was my bad, actually.
like, rare.
Oh god. No. Oh god. Genji, Gengu. What? Excuse me? Ah, that's alright. That's fine.
Like, our tank's a bot, bro.
We're on 49. I mean, you can just do your job and stop you from dying. Just saying.
I might not give you that nano.
I wasn't asking for the nano, though. See? Don't need a nano, bro.
We shouldn't face tank that Bastion.
Why not? I wasn't getting support anyway from you.
Okay, just get in.
At least say please. What the fuck, bro? That nano did absolutely nothing, by the way. Just want to let you know that.
Okay. Like, just keep yapping your mouth off then, I guess.
If you do that, then maybe I can get some healing, please.
Yeah.
Nah.
Mm.
Nah. I'm sorry, that was so funny, Ash. The way you just died, it was so funny. I'm sorry. Oh, so close, bro. Oh, God. Ah, damn. Oh, they're all there. Nice, dude. Good job, bro. No. Oh, good shit. What the fuck? Why is he here? Took your time sleeping that, Anna. Yay, we did it. Good job. We all played well. Do you have something you want to say?
It's fine.
Oh, no. It sounds like you want to say something. What is it, bro? Doesn't seem like it. You want to talk about it? Oh, thank you.
Just stop running away. Just save me.
I was killing the Genji broski. Yay, we did it. Yay. GG boys, well played. We all played very, very well. We all have a fantastic night tonight. Everybody in this whole team deserves a nice big hug. Everybody did very well. Let's go. Holy shit. There's no fucking way. Look who decided to do a fucking shit job, apparently, as being Roadhog.
Look who was nanoing you.
I didn't need a nano. I told you that in that fucking part, cunt. I did not need that nano. Dude, if I... if I don't get reported by tonight, I'm gonna be so fucking surprised.
What, on Twitch?
No, on Overwatch. The way we've been fucking going at each other. The people.
I mean, like, is that bannable?
Dude, we're being toxic to each other, bro. This while you know, by the way, this while you know, no hard feelings or banter. If I say shit they don't like, legit, like, call it out to me, and I'll stop saying that shit, okay?
No, that's okay.
There are some parts I feel like I'm a bit too much, so please let me know if I'm too much. I just don't want you getting a bit, like, feeling it's a bit serious.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Good. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm glad. Bro, you were in my comp game. Angel Wings, Overwatch. Hello, man. How are you? Sorry, you're saying sorry, dude.
Where did this thing go? Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
You were saying something.
No, I was playing like Baptiste, and then I didn't know what this thing did. And then I died.
Dude, I was having a serious conversation with you and you decided to blow me over with that. Are you serious?
No. I'm sorry. What?
Dude, I can't take you seriously. If you're not going to take me seriously, I'm not going to bother talking to you, okay?
My bad.
Yeah, it is your bad. So now my feelings are hurt.
Okay.
And now my night's been ruined. I don't think we are going to be playing anytime
Where are you?
soon. I'm not even fucking spawned in. I'm just that annoyed at you, bro.
You're just scared.
Where the fuck are you, cunt?
Alright, we can do that.
Hope you're doing well, Angel Wings, by the way. Hope you're doing well, bro. Don't mind us. We're just being a bit silly, you know? We're not being, like, bad with each other, you know? Of course you got Rissa. Of course you got Rissa. Nah.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Be my counter in deathmatch. You counter swap. You counter swap me in deathmatch. You are a fucking loser. You know who you are. You are a fucking loser. Okay, you don't do that. You don't counter swap in deathmatch. You are. You are.
Play take a deathmatch.
You are the definition. You are the definition of a sore fucking loser. I hope you know that. I hope your parents are aware of this. Oh, Heiny, how was your game last night? Oh, you know, I was being a sore fucking loser. I hope they're proud of you, bro. And now I'm in your deathmatch. I'm Lonely Angel. Oh my god. Someone's in my chat. Can we please go match chat, please? Someone in my chat is in the game chat. There's no way. Dude, are you actually in my chat right now? Hello? Hi, Angel Wings. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh my god, how are we? I'm sorry for the last game, dude. I'm very sorry for the last game. I hope my tank didn't do anything bad. They killed themselves. If you want to, Dylan, we're playing comp. It's up to you, bro. How are you, Angel? You doing well? Oi! No. Okay, buddy. The fact you have a paid gold hammer is showing you how much of a fucking sore loser you are. That hammer costs you $80. $80 for a pixel hammer. Yeah, I can't say it's comp. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna get back to my mate. Dude, you didn't join me, bro. I was talking to the person who was in my chat. I can't believe... Dude, I'm so sorry. I should have been more clearer.
I didn't even feel...
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I should have been more clearer. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But can I just say, though? Why do you have a paid hammer? That is a paid item.
I got it from a loot box.
No, you fucking didn't. Don't lie to me, bro.
I did.
No, dude, don't lie to me, bro. I see what's in loot boxes. My father runs Nintendo. He knows what's in the loot boxes, and they do not come in loot boxes. You have to pay those only. That costs you $80 to unlock that. $80. You know how sad that is? You are so sad, bro.
Right. Keep yapping.
You're still playing in black? Wait, are you still playing in black? Chubby Choi Can. I don't know what that means, sorry. You might have to repeat what you said. I'm dyslexic, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying, bro.
You still playing I'm Back?
Oh yeah, we're back actually. Yeah. I got in a loop.
Okay, I'll translate for you.
Shut up.
Because you're illiterate and everything.
You can't say that, bro. You can't say. Oh my god. We'll get Dylan and Chubby Boy to be in our game. Okay, for real though, what are we gonna do in this game? Do you want to like do more bantering, or you just want to be normal this one and give these guys a favor?
Like, be what?
Do you want to do what we normally do by throwing shit at each other, or you want to like be normal in this game mode?
Let me join team chat and we'll find out.
Okay, buddy. Okay, be fucking cringe. Hey guys, hope you're having a good night so far. Hello.
Select heroes to ban.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of Roadhog or Diva. Actually, I'm not a fan of Winston, actually.
Yeah.
I don't like Winston, to be honest.
Okay. The scuba.
I would have felt so bad at Winston got like. Alright, for real
I don't know
though.
if I want to play with, to be honest.
Okay. It says that and you become Winton. Okay. Yeah, what's the secret? What's the secret? What's the secret, bro?
Better, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay, you can get off your high horses now. We're down here. We can't hear you from all the way up there. You put yourself on. You're not that guy, buddy. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Yeah, it's gonna be really embarrassing if we just lose and they go like...
Because we have a Winston on our team. Because we have a Winston on our team. Yeah, I feel that way too. Don't worry, dude. What's the joke?
Watch this.
That's so
Very
cute.
important.
Who are you calling? Are you calling me? I love Nanya.
Can I like bundle up here? Oh.
Yeah, we should probably spread around. Winston, can you please go like 50 meters away from me, please? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, dude. Oh my god, bruh. That's my bad. He's in control, Angel Wings,
I got
dude.
Snapped.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh help! Oh no!
I'm sorry for your loss, bro.
They're playing.
Yeah, no. Don't bother.
I'm not gonna switch because they're playing Daria.
Yeah. Dude, dude, the Angel's person was using a controller.
Oh.
Okay, don't sound super impressed. Okay, they're doing really well and they're playing on controller. You could just say, "Oh, that's really cool. They played really well," instead of like, "Huh." Oh my god. What was that? What was that headshot? Are you okay?
I'm locking in because we're kind of losing right now.
Because we have a Winston. Not gonna lie.
I don't need to hear any of that right now.
Not gonna lie though, these guys actually can't be a bit cringe. They're being a bit weird. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Genji's called Twinkie Dinky.
Yeah, that probably explains it, huh?
What does that mean? What? What?
Let's get off the game already.
Oh! I just got 3k on my rip tire.
Maybe I was ulting too.
What do you...
And I strategically knocked them all into your riptile.
Okay, buddy, shut up. Thank you for the follow, Angel Wings. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. You can just say, wow, you did a great job, Hook, with that massive rip tire.
No.
I'm sorry to hear that. You can join us if you want to, bro. You can join us if you want to. Winston, can you please come back here, Winston?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was another good play.
Nah, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny.
Okay. Yeah, 4 and 6 as well.
Oh, is that yours? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but
I think Junkrat is the go. I think Junkrat's the go. I don't know who else to be. I actually don't know who to be. Oh my god. I'm May. I'm okay as May.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
I'm on my way now.
taking your time. That's
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
This Anna just can't stop sleeping me, like.
Because you're so
Give me a
big.
lullaby,
You're so big, bro. That's why.
I need to stop, like, jumping her.
I'm not gonna lie. Me being May might be good because of... Okay.
Great.
Shush. Shushy.
Oh.
Shush.
What is this guy doing?
I'm not too sure. What is he doing?
Oh yeah. No.
No, stop it. No. Oh, God. Oh, thank you. Oh, my God, you saved my life, bro. No. Oh! Jesus Christ, the Hanzo. The combo maker. Wombo combo. No. Stop it. Oh, come on. No. Oh, I tried. Oh, God, I tried. Again, bruh. What? What am I saying?
Like, Winston has not been the play, I'm not gonna lie.
You should have went Roadhog like I told you
I'm not
to.
gonna switch off because I'm better.
No! Stop it! No! Oh, dude. Dude.
Sorry.
It's 1 AM in the fucking morning. Calm. I can hear you from here. Just stop.
Sorry about that.
Dude, it's 1 AM. People are trying to sleep. They have work in the morning. Just calm down, okay?
I mean, it's like a Friday night, but...
I feel like being 1 a.m. losing streak. I'm so sorry, Tang. I'm so sorry.
Look, we've been winning, so it doesn't really matter to us, but...
No, dude, don't say that. Bro, that's actually such a fuck thing to say. No, yours. I'm so sorry.
I'm playing Orisa.
I'm so sorry. No, seriously, Cassidy, I'm really sorry about that. We're trying our best to help you win, but the tank is just. I don't know what the tank's doing. Just ignore them, please.
4 and 9,
I thought you said, dude. I thought you said Winston's not your play.
Well, I decided that I'm still gonna play Winston. Yeah, look. Tank's so chill.
The tank is on 7 to 5.
Yeah, at least I'm not going negative.
Dude. That's my middle name, bro. Can you not dox me, please? I'm sorry. No!
Literally causing havoc.
Funny though. Oh god. I don't know who else to be. I keep thinking that Mei is good against Genji.
Just play Mei, yeah.
But I'm getting counted by everybody else though. That's my problem.
Just sit in the back line like Dopey.
Did you call me Dopey?
I'm just gonna make them... Oh, no, I said don't be in the...
I think you said Dopey. That's kind of mean. I don't think you should have said that, bro. Winston.
Like, move up or something.
Maybe.
I'm trying to make space for you guys.
We're trying. We're trying, dude. We are really trying. You're okay.
Alright, buddy. Just go away.
We can't, bro. We're trying to defend, bro, remember? You're doing well.
Thanks.
I wasn't talking to you, sorry.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear about that, bro. That sucks, dude. Just ignore them. It's just a game. Remember, it's a game. If they're complaining, you laugh at them because it's a fucking game. Who cares if you win or lose?
Oh,
dude, I don't
these
think
guys.
this Hanzo knows what women feel like. I don't think he understands the touch of a woman before.
Don't give up. We can do this.
Nice. You just kill a twink. How do you feel?
Great.
Okay, buddy.
What do you want me to say? Terribly depressed. We lost a good one.
I mean, yeah. Oh, watch out. No. Winston. Oh, I got ult. We push on ult. No. Fuck. No way. No. Fuck. No.
Just chillax. Never mind. I'm on AHT.
Wait, are you AHT as well? I thought I was the only one.
Yeah, no, like crazy. Been doing like 8 kills.
I beg your pardon?
Huh?
Are you trying to say
I
that?
don't know what I'm saying.
Are you saying that Monster's ability is making me bad at the game? That's kind of toxic, bro.
I don't even know what you just said.
You were saying that me being disability
Oh
is
my
like.
gosh, that little loser.
What? What is wrong with you, bro? What?
Okay, time to play Ram.
I mean, if you want it, bro. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, are you good at Ram or?
You can see.
I did, and you have like 100 hours, and that's it.
I don't think about that. Like 2.
I feel like these guys are a bit sweaty.
I feel like they're bots. I say as I almost die.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I just watched you die. I think these guys are bots. Proceed to die.
Like, I don't know, to be honest.
How many hours do you have on this game again, buddy?
Like 90.
Yeah, that shows. It shows, bro.
Alright. How many do you have, and you're still in bronze?
About 3,500, I'm pretty sure, give or take. No, piss off, bro. Why would you do that, bro? That's crazy. Why would you fucking do that, bro? He can die, he can die, he can die, he can die, he can die. No! No! Oh, for fuck's sakes. Hey, Kayla, how are we, Kayla? I'm gonna be ending stream very soon, so I'm doing pretty well, Kayla. We're playing some games. I met a new friend. We've been throwing a lot of banter at each other. I feel like this might be a tie.
Well, like,
this guy, holy shit. Dude, we were being Winston and you were dying, bro.
like, can you guys just come back and...
Yeah, let's regroup, please, guys. Please regroup, please regroup. I know there's a Winston over here. Does not mean you have to, like, struggle. You okay?
Winston got molested.
Yeah, Winston... Yeah, he does that. Does he not know that's an ability he has?
What?
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't know what I was doing now. Oh my fucking god, bro. Holy shit. Oh god.
Tried to touch a car and I got killed instantly.
It'd be like that.
Like...
Dude, what? The Bastion has 45 kills.
Alright. Now I'm getting flamed.
GG's. We try our very best. That's all that matters. Nice try. Nah, it's all good, man. Nah. Good luck to your games, dude. I feel bad now. Oh my god. GG's. 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 Should we invite our mate to the thing, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Me? Wasn't that you?
Play one more. Sorry, my kid woke up and got settled to sleep. That's alright, dude. That's fine, dude. Yeah. Take your time, dude. No, bro, dude. We have an actual person I was gonna invite. It was Blade Angel, bro. Angel Wings. I'm gonna decline it. And we're gonna invite Lonely Angel. And we're gonna invite them to the game. Oh, they're in the competitive game. I'm sorry. One more for the road.
Wait, are you inviting?
No, I couldn't invite them. They're in the game.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Wide Matt, what rank are you?
I'm not that low. Oh, my game's still going, so I'll join next game if you're still on. Okay, we'll wait for you guys, and we'll do one game together, everybody in the game, and I'll end stream, because I've been streaming for now for like fucking 5 hours.
Now
I don't care at all, cause I got money.
So who you gonna play? Okay, playing Bastion? Okay, bet.
Okay.
Alright.
Right here.
Oh yeah. You're missing all your bullets, buddy. You're missing bullets, by the way.
Huh?
Ilias, please, I beg you. Ilias, I want a good game as Hog.
I got you.
Cause I don't care at all, cause I've got money. I'm sorry, am I boring you? Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that your brain cells can't cooperate. Oh, for fuck's sakes. You are so rude. You are so rude. There's no way, bro. You're so rude. Mid talking too, cunt. Freya, yeah, easy. Actually, I might ban Ana maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. You can do that. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, alright, yeah, sure.
If you don't want to be nanoed or
Don't threaten me with lies. Don't threaten me with lies. I know you're not gonna give him nano. I know it.
Yeah, you're right.
I knew it. Okay, I knew it. Apparently, the Pachimari skin is one of the most rarest Roadhog skins. I beg to differ. Good luck, have fun, guys, by the way. I might lose, but I hope we can bring it back. You'll be fine, Dylan. At the end of the day, it's a game. It's not going to affect you. It's fun, bro. Oh, you're being Ana? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
I mean, like...
Are you actually, or...?
Look, I think we're all thinking that.
Are you really? Are you really?
What? Really, what?
Are you really raking up?
Soonish. Oh, I don't know what feels, actually.
I thought you were paying attention to that stuff, bro. Oh, God. Oh, dude. Bruh. No more Kiri. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
I died.
Yeah, it's fine. I've noticed. It's okay. It's okay, dude. We got this. We got this. It's fine. Oh god. No! Oh my god, I fucking saw that. I saw that. Dude, that's crazy, bro. No way, bro. No, I missed the hook.
Help.
Dude, holy shit. These guys. What is this rank?
I don't know, like wooden.
No, like, these guys are sweating so hard.
Maybe work, so because I hate everyone playing this game.
It'd be like that.
Okay.
Holy fucking shit. There's no way. After this round, we are checking their things.
This is what happens when I let you play tank.
No, it's like a random matchmaking. It sucks. Dude, who are these people? What are their ranks? Of course they're all privated. Of course they're all privated. They're all privated. That's crazy.
Safety's off. It's a cruel world.
I'm not even gonna bother answering that question. You can answer for him.
I'll see this matter resolved.
What?
The enemy team asked me a question. I'm not bothering to answer them. You can do it. You can answer them. Okay. Yeah, these guys, they don't feel like they're silver or gold. Oh my god, there's a fucking guy over here, by the way, too. That's crazy. Oh, there's a Junkrat here. No. Damn it.
Like, all my heals have been used.
That's fine, dude. We got it. It's okay. Oh, what? What broke my hook? Oh, dude. The defense matrix doesn't stop the hook. There's a fire, by the way. Holy shit.
We should probably like spread out a little.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Diva's out. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh my god.
I'm kind of like...
Yeah, I don't understand this, This is pretty wild. I got 77% on my ult charge, but we'll see how we go. Oh, that's alright. That's fine. Bro. Nice. Dude. Holy shit. Oh, no way. Oh, bro. That's alright. That's all good. That's my bad. Yeah, 4%. Get ready. Oh my god, it's Moira.
Nope.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. There is so much damage they're doing right now. Damn. I dare to read that. Far right there. Oh, no way, bro. Oh, I'm on point-ish. No! God, the boop. Oh. Nah, damn. Oh, that's alright. Oh, nice. I'm almost there. No! Oh well. GG's, boys. You play well. Oh no, Solve Crush left the game.
Oh, I was in a healing placement. I just got silver 5.
Oh, good shit, bro. Well done.
Thanks.
That's all good, bro. Yo, Lonely Angel, how are you, bro? Should we wait for Chubby Boy in case they're gonna what do you call it?
Yeah.
You all good, bro? Oh, purple. Dude, the fact there are weapon charms at purple is insane. I can't believe that.
I know. Oh, it just makes me so mad.
For God's sakes. I don't know, Lonely Angel, if you got a mic, but if you can hear us, I hope you're doing well, bro. I don't know if Chubby is here or not. Do we just do a game or... Okay. Okay. I can definitely tell the answer that is. I'm doing alright, thanks. Oh, that's good, man. I'm happy to hear, bro. We feeling okay? Oh, so close. The hardest person in the verse. Oh my god. What? Oh my god, I was so close. Oh, of course you fucking killed me. Bro. You worried me for a second, dude. What are you doing, dude?
I'm coming for you.
No, like your microphone, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait, what's with my microphone?
Mate, it sounds like you're like making a bunch of noises.
That probably am.
Oh my god. You okay from last game, bro?
No,
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
it's all your fault.
Well, I did warn you that I don't really take the game too seriously. If we lose a game, we lose a game. As long as we're having fun, that's what matters.
No, it's fine. I've never been silver before.
Wait, what? Wait, so...
Yeah, I never played ranked before, so...
Oh, good shit, man.
Like, before I got on, like, this.
Wait, so tonight, this is your very first time being silver?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Because when I used to play, I played like Overwatch 1.
Same.
And I never played ranked, so.
Oh, any particular reason why? I just didn't feel like it.
Yeah, and also like I was a bit of a bot and I sucked at it, so.
What's the problem being bad at a video game? It's not going to affect your life, bro. Just play the game and have
It's
fun.
too stressful to me, but.
Really?
You know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
If you lose a ranked game, your payment from your job is not going to be docked. If you lose a game, you're not going to have any health risks. So why treat it like that? You know what I'm saying?
It was a while ago though. Like I just didn't find it fun, I guess.
Let me tell you something. When I was younger,
Let me tell you something.
I'm so
Sorry,
I'm
go
so
on.
tempted to leave the game. I'm so tempted to leave the game. So tempted, dude. So when I was your age, when I was far younger, I took this game very seriously. Not with the games of winning, but improving on my skills as Roadhog. If I miss a hook, I would get mad at myself. If I would lose games because of me, I would get mad at myself. I would get in such a depressed state. I'll be limp. I'll be miserable because I was missing my hooks or I wasn't doing the right things I'll be doing as Roadhog. Everything that I was doing was about Roadhog and my performance. I'm 31, so now I do not care because it's not affecting me at all in my day-to-day life. My boss is not going to go to my account saying, "Hook, I noticed you've been losing a lot of games. You're fired from your job." So, and of course, losing games can make you feel a bit down because no one likes losing games and having that shitty feeling. If you're feeling that, no one's forcing you to play the game. Just hop off, take a break, do something that you like enjoying. And at the end of the day, it is a video game.
Yeah.
And that stuff shouldn't be affecting you mentally, you know, because
I mean, I never take it very serious. Like I'm always joking when I say, you know,
yeah,
you better play good so I rank up.
Oh no, that
I'm
part, no. But I noticed you were quite quiet from the last game, and it was very noticeable. I'm sorry, from knowing you for
I'm just trying to focus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. But just remember, like, it's okay to lose a bunch of games because it's not gonna affect you in your life.
Oh no, it's okay. I've been like on a huge winning streak tonight, so I'm like happy.
Okay. All right. Well, even if you were on a losing streak, it would not matter, you know?
Yeah.
So,
like,
just remember what I said. Like, I used to take this game very seriously, and not because of winning or losing games, it's because of me playing Roadhog, and I want to be the best Roadhog I could be. And I would you know what I used to do when I was younger? In my old streams, every time I lose games, I would do exercising as punishments to make myself improve on the next game. I shit you not. That's clips.
No, I don't do that. I play to have fun, so.
But back then,
if I'm not having fun, I just get off.
But back then though, I didn't do that, and some streams were very hard to watch because I'll be miserable. So it's good how you see that. That's good, but just remember, if you're getting dogpiled on a game and you're feeling like shitty, you shouldn't be feeling shitty because it's not going to affect you, and it shouldn't affect you, you know?
Exactly.
Oh, damn it.
Alright. And then you do this. It was all an elaborate distraction.
Oh, almost got you too. Nice, dude. But for real though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just remember that, alright? Like, I definitely try my best in every game because why bother if I'm not going to try my best? But I see losing as the same way as winning. Cool. That was fun. Next game.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I thought you were being Roadhog for a second.
That was meant for you, but I missed.
Yeah, I noticed. Hope you're enjoying your time here, Angel, by the way. Hope you're having a good time. Oh wait, dude, come over here and join us.
Yeah, let's all gang up on the Honda.
No one can hear you except for me and you and Angel. You're such a tool. Excuse me? Fuck you.
Alright.
I was trying to shoot you before you killed yourself. I was trying to shoot you before you fell in there. I'm happy. I'm so happy you're having a great time. That's very nice to hear, Angel. If you do get overhearing my mate here talking, I can kick them out for you, Angel, okay? I'm kidding. I'm trying to get into your deathmatch. Dylan, I'm sorry, bro. This game is now going on for 2 minutes. I might actually eventually hit the hay after 10 minutes because I've been streaming now for almost 6 hours. So I might hit it afterwards.
Yeah, I should probably go to bed soon.
It is 1:30. Yeah, it's 1:30 after. We'll hang out until we got like a minute, and if we don't get a game at like 49 minutes, then we'll head off. How about that? Sounds fair?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Oi,
What?
taking an important phone call and these goobers keep interrupting me.
You're so cringe. And the way you said,
Gotta do what I gotta do, man.
and the way you said that too, it sounded like you were actually on the phone as well. How's the phone call going, bro? Dude, you're so fat, I can't push you. I can't push you. We have a problem. Curious, Winston. If we don't get a comp game, what if we like end it with just a quick play game? Just an idea. I mean, if you want to do that, yeah, that's a good idea actually. Yeah, we can all play. What the frick? Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we should all play.
We could do 6v6 so we can all play it. We can both play tank.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah. Can you please leave, bro, and we can all do it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, surely we all go tank. That'd be crazy if we did that. Imagine we all just went tank.
I'll go Winston. Mystery.
Oh my god.
Wait, what's that? Remote arcade.
You going
No
Diva?
limits?
Yeah, no. Oh, you should be able to find No Limits? Hey, Dylan's here. You sure be able to find a game? I don't think we can find a game. It's like 1:30 in the morning. Shall we always play quick play and see if anybody actually wants to play quick play?
No.
Yeah, it's, especially for me, only one.
Hey Dylan, how are you, bro?
Good.
You're very loud, bro, with your microphone. I just want to let you know that.
Damn.
Yeah,
I'll go turn it down.
Yeah, thank you, man. It was very, very loud. Sorry, man. I know you can't help it, of
Okay,
course. Yeah. How you been, bro? How your games been going? I see you've been playing some games, bro, by yourself. How your games been going?
It was like alright.
Yeah?
Not bad, not good. Basically.
That's alright, bro. Oh, Alex joined the game. Let's bully Alex.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, that's much better. Excuse me. Dude, oi, can you like get rid of the bubble? I can't get out. I'm stuck in the bubble. I can't get out. Thank you. Oi, no. Oh, you can't hit me. Dude.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck you.
Go by your
Power roll. I don't know. They might be pushing a bit, maybe with quick plays as well, because how late it is.
It's fine. There are other people like us.
Us convicts.
Also, I did put on 6v6.
Oh my god, holy shit.
way.
Who else is... Oh, him! Oh, him's
If you
playing!
don't pick Watchpoint Gibraltar, like...
Man,
Gibraltar
Throne
with tanks.
of Olympus looks pretty fun. Or am I playing Throne of Olympus?
No.
Yeah, I'm playing... I voted for that, I voted for that.
Yeah.
This guy.
If it goes front of a...
Oh my god, that was so close. That was so close. Oh my god.
I heard it and I was like, ooh.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh.
I would have gone to bed and cried.
Crying over a video game? Kind of cringe, don't you think?
Oh, I can't go winter.
Wait, what? I thought we can all play... Oh, because Zed already went...
This is a mystery.
Oh no. Bro,
We
that's...
can all play tanks.
No, he can't
wait,
be
he
Zed.
can't?
Yeah, be Zed.
Oh,
I
that's
think
so...
it's either Overwatch Classic or No Limits.
Oh.
This is just 6v6.
Yeah.
What are you
it wouldn't work on
doing?
us.
Ranger, what are you doing, bro?
Monkeying around, bro.
Clearly. Giving us false hope as well. Should we go to team chats in case, or?
There's no Rusa?
There's only
What is
one
that
guy.
thing?
Oh, okay.
It's
Thank
only
you, Dylan, for answering my question.
Yeah, all good, bro. So how many boops I can get? Actually, it's probably like
Dude.
maximum one.
You literally went past my sleep. You intentionally went past my sleep. Oh my god, finally. What are you guys doing over there? Oh my god.
We're just chilling, you know?
Nice, dude.
Yeah. I'll bump them off. Oh. Uh-oh, never mind.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Nice girl.
I'm not a fan of Diva, I'm not gonna lie.
She's so hard to take down. Yeah. It's hard when she's like got healing on her as well.
Like,
Oh my god.
he's just ready to jump me.
It'd be like that, I'm sorry to say.
I'm out for the soldier, man.
Nice.
I'm killing this fuck.
Ranger,
Doesn't even matter.
Ranger, are you an alpha or an omega?
God.
I'm a
Fuck
Sigma.
these questions.
No, I've been playing with you for the past hour and a half, and the way you've been treating me, you're definitely not Sigma.
I'm like the...
You're definitely
I'm like
a
the Rick
beta.
and Morty friend. I'm like the Rick friend, you know?
I think I get the
Like, I'm the Rick
reference.
I hope you did. I hope you didn't take it literally.
No, I don't know, bro. I'm being serious.
Alright, I got all.
Oh my god.
No, you
Oh,
die.
thank you, bro. Thank you,
Pointless
bro.
ult, but you know, it's gonna help.
What is our Winston doing?
Cooking.
Come on. Come on. Come to the edge. Go to the edge. Go to the edge. Come on. Damn it.
Go.
Why?
Cause funny.
There's no one to kill.
Because I'm monkeying
Like-
around.
Get it.
Like, that was just a waste. What are you
But-
doing?
Monkey around is never a waste. Don't you ever say that ever again.
Oh god.
I should just
Oh,
stood
God.
there and took another phone
Yeah,
call.
yeah, come on.
No, it's like another phone call. Are you serious on your phone?
Oh, I accidentally just tried to boop you.
Oh, that's fine, bro. Dude, you really are on your phone, bro.
Hold on. Give me a second.
And the best part is your shade looks so funny while you're on the phone too.
I know, it's like the best skin, huh?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Really? Riri?
I didn't die to that.
Riri, Diva. Hey, is that the child? Hey, Alfredo, how are you? How you going, Alfredo? Long time no see on my chat. How are you, man? Dylan, it's Alfredo.
Alfredo. Oh, Alfredo.
Where are my heels?
I remember the guy.
Can
Get
you
back here.
shush, please? I'm trying my best. Hang on, give me a sec, give me a second. Oi.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Help me!
Alright, hang on. I'll heal you. Stand still.
Why is there Mercy up here?
Stand still.
I wanna go home.
I'm trying to heal you, bro.
I wanna go home. I don't wanna be in Gibraltar wherever.
Pretty sure it's past his bedtime. Dylan, is it past your bedtime already?
Oh, come on, please. Oh, I got it. I don't have a bedtime, and also it's school holidays, so you know. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
Take that, Alfredo.
I definitely got a shit ton of stuff to do when I get back, though. But you know,
Yeah,
I'll work
maybe.
through it. I'll get it.
Maybe do that, bro. Oh god.
Hey guys, I'll make sure they don't flank.
Thank you, Dylan. At least somebody can do it. Unlike our Winston.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're not meant to.
Yeah, this Winston guy, what is he even doing?
Did you assume the Winston's gender?
Can you please just... Can you stop, like... Can you just die, please? Can you just, like... Okay, Mercy.
That's a bit rude,
Jesus.
Dylan.
Mercy, can you please stop, like, recovering, please?
Oh my god, dude. GG's. Well played.
Me, this Mercy, I keep on trying to push them off, but, like, they keep on flying back in.
Jesus Christ. I have not done a long stream like that in a long time. It's now been almost 6 hours.
My day.
That is crazy. Well,
My day used to be
that-
6 hours.
nah, sometimes. Depends. Oh my god.
But did you get bank though?
Oh, I don't make any money from streaming. I don't care about making money from streaming. I've already one time had my gold mine, and that got me my new computer. Someone donated enough money for me to get a whole new computer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's nice.
so that's I will never make that kind of money ever again on Twitch. And I'm taking this computer, never take it for granted. I'm loving this computer, and that's all I'm very happy with. So it's
Nice.
fine. Yeah, I'm just that cool that way. I'm just that cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Angel. I won't be streaming for a while, I'm sorry to say, because next week I'll be working a lot. I'm working 6 days next week, so I won't be streaming for a hot minute. More than likely, I'll be streaming with my mate in Melbourne with the big audio worm. If you guys want to follow him now and get notified when he is live, we'll be going to be streaming IRL in PAX and also on Melbourne. And we'll be with him a lot. So if you guys don't get much streams from me, please follow Worm. A place called Good Guys.
That's my best kill.
Please follow Worm. He's a great guy. He's the inspiration of the most wholesome guy ever.
Oh shit! I'll be
Please,
drinking.
he's an
Sorry, Scrawny.
amazing guy.
Listen,
He deserves
Scrawny.
all the love he has.
Don't listen to anything I tell you.
So
to
I'll be
do,
streaming
alright,
with
man?
him.
You just fucking go your own way,
IRL
baby.
will be
You know-
streaming outside
oh,
computers.
Shit. Oh fuck, man. Oh,
I clip this. I clip this.
Fucking put that gun away. I know it scares you, little pony.
He doesn't sound like this. He doesn't sound like this all the time. He doesn't sound like that all the time. But yeah, please give him a follow. You're more likely to be seeing me on his streams more than I am at the moment. But I'll try my very best to stream next week when I can. So can I just say a massive thank you for everybody who is here. Dylan, thank you for being here. Angel, lovely seeing you, Angel. I hope you're not lonely anymore when you met us. And Ranger. Not only you know how to take a joke, you know how to banter, but you're actually such a genuine person. And I don't even know you that well, but you seem such a fucking funny and great person. So honestly, it's awesome to meet you, bro. No, I'm being for real, bro. I'm being for real. But for all bullshit aside, you're a sick cunt.
Yeah.
You're a sick cunt.
Oh,
So,
it
nah.
was nice playing with you.
Yeah, honestly. We should definitely be playing all together very soon. We actually should, eh?
Yeah.
So, I'm heading off. Don't know who I'm going to be rating to, but whoever wants to rate off to, I'll take suggestions. If not, I'm going to fucking sleep. I'm going to sleep. Oh, what do you want to do, Dylan? You want to start streaming and I'll rate to you, Dylan?
Yeah, should I?
If you want to. I won't bother. If you want to.
Okay, hold up. Let me start the stream real quick.
Yeah, when you start stream. Okay, Alfredo. By the way, Angel and Ranger, you guys can go if you want to. I don't want to keep you guys up. If you guys want to go, you can. It's all good now. I just want to say that. Just want to say thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I take time very seriously and hanging out with different people very seriously because you chose that, and I do appreciate you choosing me to hang out with.
That's so good. I had fun. I'm
glad he did, bro. I'm glad he did, bro. So, yeah, once again, you guys can go now if you want to. It is very late for both of us. So, please feel free to go now and have a good night, seriously.
You too.
Yeah. Have a good one, boys. Have a good one, guys.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. See ya.
See ya.
Holy fuck, she is so fucking annoying. I never met anyone such an annoying person, and I thought I was annoying. Holy fuck, they were so annoying. Good night, Angel. Is she like in the chat, or is she like left already? if you're hearing it, I'm kidding, obviously. Oh my god. I was up at loot box for old time's sake. I got nothing. Of course I got nothing. That was fucking phenomenal. That was a fun night. This VOD is going to take so long to be uploaded on YouTube. And for those who remember, I upload VODs on my YouTube channel. If you guys want to check out my YouTube channel, it is HSUT VODs, I think. That's not it. Okay. HS YouTube VODs. Don't worry. Okay, I think it's like YouTube HS VODs. Okay, it's this Hook Sniffer VODs. If you Google that, a lot of streams I try and upload will be on there, and then we'll have a yeah, of course, thank you, Dylan. Let me know, Dylan, if you live, by the way, Dylan. Let me know, please. Oh shit. Let me know, Dylan, if you're live, and I'll rate off to you now, Dylan. But yeah, thank you everybody who was listening, and I do appreciate everybody being here. Seriously, I once again do take people's time very seriously because you chose to do this with me and hang out with me. So thank you everybody who was here. Everybody, seriously, everybody, especially the mad lad herself, the best Winston person I've ever played with. So honestly, pass my bedtime, buddy. So thank you everybody for watching this video. Thank you. There'll be timelines on the description, so you guys won't get lost with the streaming. So you guys can go to every single part and every single game that you missed out on. And yes, so have a good night, everybody. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next video. Have a great day today, guys. Bye-bye.